Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting for, what's today? Monday. Today is Monday. Today is Monday, July the 10th, 2023. I would like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to all in council chambers today. We have councillors. Kassar is apparently at the very end.
Oh. That's my fault.
So Councillor Beattie, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Clark, Councillor Danko, Councillor Francis, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Nan, Councillor Pauls. I don't see Councillor Spatafora yet, but Councillor Taddison, Councillor Wilson, and Councillor Wilson. Thank you to those on the bench. Thank you to our delegation people that are here today too. So let's get started. A reminder that all electronic meetings will be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings, and please note that quorum is present. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Deputy Mayor. There are added delegation requests. Item 6.6, Carl Anders, Hamilton Community Benefits Network, respecting item 10.6, update on strategic land acquisition plan along the Hamilton LRT corridor, PED 23142. Item 6.7, Mark McNeil, ACPD, respecting item 10.5, the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities Report 23-006 of June 13th, 2023. Item 6.8, PJ Marcanti, Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group, respecting an update on the activities and positive progress of our Downtown Entertainment District Redevelopment Initiative. There are two added notices of motion. 12.1, Ottawa Street BIA and Ottawa Street Pride Committee Public Art, Wards 3 and 4. Item 12.2, revenue sources to fund council priorities and ongoing operating and capital works. There are changes to the order of agenda items. Item 14.4, disposition of land in the city of Hamilton from Ward 10 will be moved up the agenda to immediately follow item 14.2, confidential appendix B, to item 10.1, disposition of unopened road allowance, PED 23132. Item 14.3, the title has been revised to third-party advertising on city property, which is CM 23017.
Thank you. May I please have a mover and a seconder to Councillor Clark, Councillor Beattie. Any discussions on this agenda? Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, Chair. I believe it is, I just want to make sure that for 10.3, we can defer that till after closed session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we need to have a vote for that? Nope. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yes, that's been noted. Thank you. Any other discussions on these items? Seeing none, may I have your vote, please? Councillor Jackson says yes. And that carries 14-0. Thank you. Moving on to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest today? You're interested? Thank you, Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. If not, let's move on to approval of minutes from previous meeting for 4.1, June 14th, 4.2, June 27th, and 4.3, June 28th. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the previous minutes, please? Councillor Pauls and Councillor McMeekin. Are there any discussions on these minutes? Seeing none, let's move to a vote, please. Councillor Jackson says yes. And that carries 14-0. Moving on to communication items, we have moving on to delegation requests. We have 8 delegation requests. Committee, if you could all take a look at all of the different delegation requests, we're going to do an approval right in one bundle. So may I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegation request, Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Kassar. May I have a vote, please? Councillor Jackson says yes. And that carries 14-0. Thank you all. Moving on to delegations. So before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. So the very first will be 7.1, Doug Matina, Director of Dr. Bob Kemp Hospice, respecting item 10.1, 41 South Street West, Dundas Disposition Strategy. And I understand that Danielle Zuckett, CEO of Bob Kemp, and Rob McIsaac, CEO of Hamilton Health Sciences, will also be in attendance. So please, may I have your delegation come down, please? Welcome, Ms. Zuckett and Mr. McIsaac. Your delegation is 5 minutes. You will hear a ding at the 4-minute mark and then a second ding at the 5-minute mark. Okay? All right, thank you. Please go ahead.
Through the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Alex Wilson had a...
The delegates just reached out in advance requesting 5 extra minutes. So rather than doing that at the end, could I motion that now, looking at Councillor Jackson as my seconder?
Okay, wonderful. So we already have a seconder. Thank you. So may I have a vote for the extension of 5 minutes? Thank you. All right. Councillor Jackson says yes. And that carries. Wonderful. So your delegation is allowed to be extended by an additional 5 minutes. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, Madam Mayor, and General Issues Committee members, it's an honor to be here today in Council chambers, and I wish to thank the committee for allowing an extra 5 minutes for remarks. My name is Danielle Zuckett, and today, like every day, I wear 2 hats. One as the CEO of the Dr. Bob Kemp Hospice, and more importantly, one as a bereaved mom to Keaton. I delegate today with an esteemed group of colleagues and friends, all of whom are entirely committed to this matter at hand. While you will only hear from me and Rob McIsaac, President and CEO of Hamilton Health Sciences, others are standing by to participate in the question and answer period should they be called upon. Delegates include Bruce Squires, President of McMaster Children's Hospital, Dr. Dave Lysecki, Medical Director and Staff Physician for the Quality of Life and Advanced Care Team, Janice Shearer, Bob Kemp Board Chair, Doug Matina, Bob Kemp Director of the Pediatric Hospice Project, Terry Johns and Jennifer Badley from T. Johns Consulting, and Will Ransom from McCallum Sather Architects. It's well known that this committee tackles some of the most pressing and challenging issues the city faces, and so I'm pleased that our presentation today related to agenda item 10.1 may be one of the easier decisions in front of you. I say easy, not because the stewardship of public land isn't an important and thoughtful task, but because this land allocation will fill one of the most pressing and critical gaps in our health and community infrastructure that exists today, caring for the most seriously ill children and their loved ones. It might seem impossible for you to believe that in one of the most prosperous and densely populated areas of Canada, that pediatric hospice palliative supports do not exist for infants, children, and youth. And we are almost alone in that gap. Most every other region in Canada has a children's hospital also has hospice supports. They exist in Vancouver, Abbotsford, Calgary, Ottawa, Toronto, Quebec City, and soon in Gatineau. I'm often asked, why does Hamilton and South Central Ontario have to go without? Why, at any given time, do over 500 seriously ill and dying children in our region have no access to pediatric hospice palliative services? I believe the answer is excellence in care delivered by the Children's Hospital, one of the top 50 in the world. They have filled gaps where possible and made it work, but that's not okay. That's substandard for our great community. Acute care settings were never meant to be a destination for the softest of goodbyes. And for a moment, I'll take off my CEO hat and share with you that I said the softest of goodbyes to my son, Keaton, at McMaster Children's Hospital. In 2010, Keaton went to make his rainbows and shooting stars after cancer shortened his life. He was 7 years old. And so I know firsthand the magnificent care offered in hospital, but I also know that my family and every family deserves choice. For so many reasons, home is not suited to a child's passing, whether it's the configuration, siblings, financial constraints, strained relationships, medical complexities, caregiving capacity, or as simple as the ability for extended family to share in those softest of goodbyes. And that was true for me. Home was not the right fit or setting for my family to say goodbye to our son. And so hospital was our only choice. Keaton passed wrapped in my arms and those of my spouse, Steve. He passed with the bells and alarms and the shuffle of daily hospital duty and business. He passed with our extended family waiting in another part of the ward. Like infants, children, and youth in Hamilton today, Keaton was a have-not of the country. And here we are, 13 years later, and your children and your neighbors and your constituents continue to be the have-nots of Canada. This piece of land at 41 South Street West isn't the first piece of land that has been considered, but it is truly the best. It's won the hearts and minds of our project leaders, families that so critically need these services and supports, and neighbors and stakeholders in the area, as well as many of you, through your offers of support and principle of the project. 2 public consultations have been held with widespread support. Due diligence studies have returned only positive reports, and discussions with the city on allotment and use have been fruitful and productive. While this site offers the attributes you might think of as essential, tranquility, good access, and good accessibility, it also offers the most important attribute, proximity to the Children's Hospital. I'd like to emphasize that while there are some of the world's finest hospices in our region, an adult hospice is not equipped to take on pediatric patients. By 2025, this world-class 10-bed hospice will offer excellence in end-of-life care, respite, pain and symptom management, transitional help from hospital to home, day and outreach programs and clinics, grief and bereavement, as well as other complementary therapies. This will truly be a place that you will be very proud to call part of the Hamilton story. Dr. Bob Kemp Hospice and McMaster are both jewels of the city, stewards of well-being, comfort, dignity, innovation, solidarity, equity, and inclusion. Your affirmative vote today towards allocation of land means that the tradition and dedication continues on a new site in concert with the City of Hamilton for the most vulnerable population that tomorrow could be your family, your neighbor, or your constituent. While I can't fix this gap for Keaton or those families that have come before, I'll put my CEO hat back on, and with your help, we can fix this for the next families. I'd now like to call upon my colleague and friend, Rob McIsaac.
Thanks very much, Danielle, and thanks, Chair, for the opportunity to say a couple of words. And I will be very brief because I think Danielle did such a nice job of describing this project. I think I'm here really to tell you that this is a very important project from HHS's perspective. It is a key gap in care in the community, and as Danielle said, despite the fact that we have one of the best children's hospitals in the province, in the country, and beyond, I think we can't provide this kind of care within this heavy institutionalized setting. It needs to be in a place that's removed, and I think you could say the same thing for an adult hospice. You need a different culture to allow for the kinds of interactions that will occur here that it's very challenging for us to produce within the 4 walls of a big children's hospital. So we, as Danielle said, at any given time, there's probably about 500 kids in this city, in this region, who could really benefit from the existence of one of these facilities. I think that, so my second message is HHS is really a committed partner to this. One of the distinguishing factors of a pediatric hospice is the need for a committed hospital partner. And we are definitely committed to this. Dr. Dave Lysecki is here, and Bruce Squires, the president of Children's Hospital, are both enthusiastic supporters of this. But you know that the patients or the residents of pediatric hospice require a level of care that demands a strong partnership with a pediatric hospital, a children's hospital. And so we need to do this working together, and we're delighted to be doing it with Dr. Bob Kemp. So maybe I'll just leave it there. Happy to try to answer any questions, but wanted to say to this committee in advance, thank you very much for considering this. It's a very important project for HHS. It's an important project for families in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Zuket and CEO McIsaac. I have a speakers list started. I recognize Councillor McMeekin first.
Thanks, Councillor. And thank you for the presentation. I support this initiative. Obviously, it's critically important. I remember once seeing Mother Teresa interviewed, and she was asked a prescient question. She was asked, Mother Teresa, how do you and your sisters do this every single day? And her answer blew me away and brought me to tears. She said, because we believe everybody deserves to be treated like an angel at least once in their lifetime. And I would add, especially the little ones. Everybody, of course, but especially in this case, because we're here today to talk about a palliative center for our kids. So thanks for coming. Thanks for the good work you do. I was at the opening of both the sod turning and the opening of the Kemp Hospice. And I remember Dr. Bob had his arm around my shoulder, and he looked me in the eye and he said, Ted, can I ask you a question? I said, sure, Bob, Dr. Bob. He said, don't you think it's time we built another one? He was right. And thanks so much for coming.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to Councillor A. Wilson, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, thanks, Danielle, and thanks for coming out today. It's been a lot of productive conversations, I think, in community up until this point. Through you, Chair, having those consultations, hearing from neighbors would echo the huge support for the need of a hospice and community, understanding that tranquility is, I think, something that captures both local neighbors and the Bob Kemp team to the site, and seeing that's really respected. I'd really agree with both the need citywide for Hamilton to have this space, as well as for the compelling reason why, like, we're serving as a regional area for so many folks. Just a couple of questions, because I think it's specific to what we're talking about today, is why this site and what about this community. Are you able to talk a little bit more about the what and the how and the where? And so a little bit of the proximity. This site's ideal because it's surplus, it's vacant, it's close to McMaster. We heard some of those things. Anything else just on that? Why is this a good site for this specific project? And then a little bit more on that how piece. How do you imagine those next 6 months, if approved today, of doing that site planning with city staff, working out, and then after that, when it's evolved, the relationship with the community? So that kind of, how do you see your role as a neighbor on the site?
CEO Zuket.
So I believe that we are trying to create this beautiful continuum of care for, children who are seriously ill and their families. And we are trying to create, as Councillor McMeekin mentioned, a home away from home, or the closest thing to home that we can create. And this site would allow us all of those attributes of a calm environment, being supported by community, in community, with a close proximity to our partnership with McMaster, so that there is that beautiful wraparound care that would enable us to support families wherever they are need, whether they're in the community, in hospital, or in hospice. And this site would allow us that continuum of care for families.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. And then in some of our past conversations and talking about the site and talking about practices that the other hospice site maintaining in terms of like community sphere on the site, or that idea of needing a space for grief, and that space for grief being a little bit broader than maybe some of the specific services there. Could you talk a little bit about some of those initial conversations that you've been having, or where you maybe see that relationship with the community, that public realm on the site maybe continuing to unfold, or if that's going to be kind of a only for service users, only for those accessing the site?
So we are looking at creating, beautiful garden space, interactive garden space, and certainly our grief and bereavement programs currently where we are at the hospice are offered to the community, and we want to be able to support members of the community whether they've come through the hospice or not, and that's our intention moving forward.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. I know we're going to be talking a lot about it later, just while we're here, and I think that this is a more appropriate time than when we get into all the planning comments and the more particular things later. We haven't had an opportunity to talk about grief in a really long time in our community. I think people who've been touched by that personally understand that in a really different way, that there's not space to heal, there's not space to come together. Prioritizing that space for some of the most vulnerable has been an existing need in our community for so long, and so really appreciative of the work you've been trying to do to find a way to find a space to close that gap, to offer those services that you want to expand. Talking today about whether this is the right site for that, but I think absolutely there's a desperate need for these services, and really, really grateful for you doing this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Next speaker is Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the delegates for appearing today and moving forward with this project. I support the project. I have one question. We have received a number of emails this weekend indicating that there has been no consultation and no transparency. I believe I heard the delegate indicate that there was public consultation, so can we just get some clarification on that, please?
Absolutely. CEO Zuket, please.
So we did hold 2 public consultations. One was a very informal drop-in at a neighbor's home, and then another one was a more formal consultation that we had representatives from Terry Johns and Will Ransom from McCallum Sather, as well as we extended invitations to city and the community.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor?
Thank you, and I just needed some clarification on that. It's always challenging if we're doing consultation after we've made a decision, so we need to ensure that there was prior consultation to that decision, and I'm happy to hear that that is the case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no more speakers, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation, please? Councillor McMeek and Councillor Pauls. May I have a vote, please? Vote is up. And that carries 15-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to 7.2, Carl Andrus, Hamilton Community Benefits Network, respecting item 10.6, update on strategic land acquisition along the Hamilton LRT corridor. Carl, would you like to come down? Thanks for being here, Carl. I think you know the rules.
Yep, thank you.
Anytime you're ready.
I just want to, is this button going to work today? Is this left? Okay. Hello, Chair, Councillors, staff, residents, and media. I'm Carl Andrus from the Hamilton Community Benefits Network, and I'm here to talk to you today about 2 items before you, tangentially related. One is the report PED 23142, the update on strategic land acquisition plan along the Hamilton LRT. The other is a report buried deep in the Hamilton LRT subcommittee meeting, which touches A little on today's information report. So, why does the City of Hamilton need a land acquisition plan along this corridor? This system we are building will come to shape the city for generations to come. For the next 30 years, development and density will continue to build along this corridor. Already within 500 meters of this new transit corridor, private sector development is booming. Land speculation by the private sector is spreading out from downtown, both east and west. 20K plus units are already underway or planned in this area. None of that private development is going to be affordable in any way. In Appendix B of the report, current land planning is underway for approximately 860 affordable units, just around 4% of the tens of thousands of units currently planned or under construction. Land along this corridor is already priced at between $8 and $12 million an acre. As the project moves forward, the price to the City of Hamilton to buy land will only increase. Had the city began land banking ahead of the project development back in 2013, land would only have cost $3 to $5 million an acre. Here you can see a parking report from September 23rd, which priced at $60 per square foot, which is approximately $2.6 million an acre, just to give an example. By not deliberately land banking for current and future needs, the city missed an opportunity to do some of the same land speculation that the private sector is already doing along the corridor, and land values will only continue to increase as the project grows closer to completion. Land value capture is something the private sector has been doing for some time. The basic idea is ahead of a massive investment in transit, either BRT or LRT, for example, our coming A line or the current B line, The theory is, and it's been proven in city after city, that once these project transits are announced and funded, that the land immediately adjacent to stations and along the corridor itself increases drastically in value, as it has a much better and higher density, can support many more residents, and of course becomes more appealing to the private sector. Buying land along the LRT corridor, so land value capture is something that private sector has been doing for some time in Hamilton, buying land along the future corridor and waiting until market conditions present the most profitable opportunity to build. Some cities and transit agencies are banking land on the idea that land value capture can bring profitable returns on banked land. Imagine if you'd bank land at $3 million an acre on this corridor. You could return that land for private development at a profit, or to offset the cost of new services, fill in existing gaps in public assets along the corridor, sell this land to the private sector at a substantial profit. This is a proven system used around the world in transit systems. Here is an example in real terms of a City of Hamilton report suggesting that very thing, which is the report that's before you today. So why land bank? Well, besides the small number of affordable housing units identified in Appendix A, and some land which might be needed for bus terminal stations and other laybys, there are many future considerations as development and density continues on this line. Many areas on the LRT corridor already have deficiencies in parkland. What about recreation services needed for the thousands that will call this area home? Future pools, libraries, pickleball courts, splash pads. What about the extra space for trees, fire and ambulance stations, green spaces and parkettes? Land is only going to get more expensive if property speculation continues and the project gets closer to completion. So what can you do now? Have staff look at funding sources from an existing reserves to bank land, especially near transit stations now. Develop a policy to do land banking for future transit corridors as they become identified. Get more land than you need. Surplus lands can always be returned to the private sector for cost recovery. Stop all land sales by the City of Hamilton that are not directly for deeply affordable housing, not just on the corridor, but citywide, pending the outcome of the full assessment of city-owned properties being undertaken as part of your housing sustainability and investment roadmap. Have city staff take a closer look at the corridor land needs, not just what is missing now on the corridor, like parkland, but what will be needed 30 years out. Future project your land needs now before prices rise any further. Lastly, have the city check with Metrolinx again around impacts to city-owned properties. Cathedral Park, for example, is not mentioned, and a bridge is being built there. That might have some property impacts. What about Gore Park, where a station is being constructed nearby? Or the impacts on the trail to the Red Hill Valley. In short, the time to buy land was 10 years ago on this corridor. The second best time to buy land on the corridor is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Andres. Thank you for your delegation. I see that the speakers list is open. Do we have any speakers to ask any clarifying questions to the delegate? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you through the chair. I'm always appreciative of Mr. Anders's commitment to engagement. I'm going to be a bit cheeky here. Governments, particularly local governments, don't have a stellar track record of being great land investors sometimes. And some are of the opinion that public entities shouldn't be speculators in land. But I heed your point about the importance of investing early, particularly when we know that a known investment is going in that will necessarily enhance the value of land. Although on this particular file there was some, to be kind, volatility. How would you? Are you suggesting then, with that background in mind, not only along this corridor that exercise be undertaken, and you've suggested some ways and means to do so, but along the A corridor as well? Please, just clarifying. Thank you.
So land value capture is actually a very complicated issue, and land banking is one aspect of ways that cities can capture on that perceived property increase. But right now, according to your own CBC charges report, properties along the mountain where the future A line exists are going for around $3 million an acre. Now, should a funding announcement happen tomorrow or in the next 5 years around that fixed transit corridor for BRT, either by the city identifying it in its own capital needs or by the province or federal government stepping forward with full funding for that line, that land value will immediately follow the same trajectory that the corridor land did along the LRT corridor. As we saw from your own parking assessment report back in 2013, when you were looking at new downtown parking space lands, $2.6 to $3 million an acre. It has been proven time and time again, and it's actually a policy right now that the BC government in Vancouver is pursuing, of actually setting up a separate development corporation to buy extra land ahead of expansion of their transit lines to encourage inclusive transit-oriented corridors. So I would suggest that it is a risky business. Of course, there's always a gamble in investing in land, but so far the majority of governments that have done it have come out well ahead. And of course, there's always the option to return the bank land to the private sector for which you paid for it. Plus carrying and hosting costs. So I would suggest that it's probably a good tool that you should be exploring in more depth, because your municipal needs are going to increase as populations increase. However, the availability of land near these transit corridors will continue to decrease and continue to increase in price.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. We'll have, I'm sure, a robust discussion of the report when it comes on. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I recognize Councillor Clark, please.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. So the argument is being made that the city should purchase land along the LRT route and then sell it back to the private sector?
Well, through the chair, to answer the question, what I would suggest is that you be very gracious in your land acquisitions along the corridor for your future needs to start with, looking out at a 30-year window around, as I mentioned, some of those services that the city would have to provide because of increased density, whether that's fire halls, ambulance, parklands, recreation centers, etc., because we know density is going to increase on the corridor. So you will have some land that you'll have to buy yourself. But my suggestion is, yes, that the city look at owning land ahead of this land value uplift so that it can either return that land to the private sector, use it for affordable housing, or dictate terms like you did at Roxborough Park when you returned city-owned land back to the private sector and created a situation in which where you were able to maximize not only your land use, but the available affordable housing units that you were delivered. So the idea is you own pieces of land, especially around a transit station, before the private sector does. Once that station is built, that land becomes immensely more valuable, and then you can dictate terms through an RFP to the private sector for redevelopment of that in a P3, or you can develop it yourself in conjunction with not-for-profit housing providers like City Housing Hamilton or Indwell, and the federal government through CMHC to maximize your return on what you can get from that land.
Councillor?
I appreciate that response, Chair. Can I ask, and I'm not, Carl knows me not being argumentative here, can we, as a city, not accomplish the same thing by going through almost a secondary planning process along the entire LRT? So we designate all of the properties along that route as to what it's going to be in advance of the build.
Just for clarification through the chair, are you talking about in terms of zoning or in terms of the various master plans through your various departments?
Using every tool that we have. So zoning, OPA, everything.
So I would suggest through the chair to this council that that's perhaps what I thought the intention of this original motion was to look at all of those needs along the corridor, both now and future, and return to you with a much more fulsome report on what those needs would be, both current and present, for the deficits and services that are in these areas, as well as what might be required in future. However, if you look at Appendix A and B, there's very little return in terms of what has been shown to be needed through the master plans, which I found very, very surprising given the nearly 20K units that have been approved or are under construction already in the LRT corridor catch basin.
I'm cognizant that while we're talking, developers are buying. That's what's happening, right? I'd like your comments on whether or not we could or should implement an interim control bylaw along the route until we can define what the development is going to be.
I mean, through the chair, interest rates are high right now, so I mean that might not be the worst policy to undertake, but I would seriously check with your development staff, especially around permits and what's going on around those. But definitely identifying some key sites along that corridor, maybe and identifying them through that bylaw, may be a tool that you wish to consider. Part of why I'm here to talk about this policy is, of course, not just now through the chair, but through the future. This planning should have been undertaken, 15 years ago, and it was not. The opportunities, as you are well aware, are growing limited every day. Development permits are coming in across the corridor. Infill is happening, and that's good. That's the kind of density and development that LRT was supposed to trigger in this city. So it's doing exactly what it is. So how many opportunities there still are on the B line is a conversation that you would have with your realty department and your staff. As an outsider, I don't have access to all of the tools that they would in terms of planning those future uses, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. But it would also be just to get staff and this council starting to think about future transit corridors. You have a new Blast Plus E networks that have been identified as some kinds of rapid transit corridors that are going to see infill and construction around them as part of your HSR reimagining. So I think there's an opportunity to do a few things here to try before it's too late, before the system's finished, and then refine your policy for future transit corridors.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Councillor?
Last question, if I have time.
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Chair, so if I'm going to ask the delegate for his candor with regards to Metrolinx. Metrolinx has said to this body on numerous times that they support the development of affordable housing along the LRT. They have done nothing in terms of policy to ensure that that occurs, and it's completely inconsistent with the directions of the Ministry of Transportation when they're selling surplus land. It has to be sold for the highest and best use. So do you expect Metrolinx to jump on board and say, yep, here we'll give this land for affordable housing?
Mr. Andrews?
Through the chair, candidly, I think that there are several political opportunities for the provincial government to come to a ribbon cutting and present a best case scenario that would cost very little in terms of land transfer to the city of Hamilton. It's not a policy that this particular government is undertaking. They have a very market-driven policy for the creation of housing and housing affordability. However, I'd also point out that to my knowledge on this file, there has never been a direct ask from this council via a letter councillor through a mayor around either parcels of land or directly around that land. There's been informal conversations between staff, but I'm not aware of a formal motion where this council has even directed a question directly to the ministers, whichever department you want to look at, whether it's Infrastructure Ontario, Minister of Transportation. There's never been a direct ask from this body either.
Except through the mayor's conversations with the ministers. I know she's mentioned it a number of times. As always, I thank you for your critical thinking. I find it very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor. Up now is Councillor Nan, and on deck is Councillor McMeekin. So Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Carl, for being here and delegating on the issue. Just give me a quick second. So in terms of the report that you're delegating on, when I moved the motion last term, it really was my intention to ensure that we were workshopping with the provincial and federal government as a city in terms of landing some opportunities in terms of, at that time, council term of priorities around affordable housing, but also beyond that in terms of city building, being really clear about our future municipal service needs. Through you, has the work that HCBN, I noticed in your slide deck, you recognize that there is a need for priority around affordable housing. There is a need for future city asset or services. I think there was also definition of public space or green space. Was there any discussion in the deliberations that HCBN has been facilitating in our community from our residents around the need for other community-based services or healthcare services, et cetera, along the corridor as you've been engaging with our neighborhoods?
Through the chair, we did submit to the LRT subcommittee the summary of our first round of engagements, and during that there was identified, of course, the need for public health facilities. There was a need for other government facilities. We tried to narrow the report to the city's scope, though, so some of those needs we sort of crossed off as being under the provincial government's purview to provide, whether that's walk-in clinics, and those did not land in the report directly, but there was all kinds of feedback around the need for inclusive transit-oriented communities that are very complete and very accessible. There was talk about shelter spaces, there was talk about transitional housing, there was talk about small facilities, there was talk about low-cost spaces for public sector and racially and women-owned businesses to incubate. There was all kinds of stuff that we didn't quite get in the report that we heard from folks because it was a little out of scope, but there are all kinds of desires along that corridor for folks to have a more inclusive public space along that corridor. I'd also just like to mention through the chair that there is an interesting transit-oriented affordable housing lab that the City of Hamilton is participating in right now that is looking at coming up with some real interesting opportunities around land use on that corridor that's funded by the CMHC. So that will come back with its own set of priorities, especially targeting affordable housing around city, provincial, and possibly private sector acquirements that can happen on that corridor.
Thank you, and appreciate that update as well. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So in terms of those items that were identified as out of scope, I often hear from Ward 3 residents, also adjacent residents in Ward 4 and in Ward 2, about the need to make sure that we're not, that we're spreading out the services that our community members need. And though public health facilities may not be the mandate or scope of a municipality, the land acquisition piece is still a strategic role for the city to be playing in order to enable the delivery of those services into our communities. I know all the way out into Councillor Francis's ward as well, there is an expressed desire for a lot more community services as well that could be potentially co-located, and it gives us an opportunity as a municipality to think differently and to think strategically. Not only from a land acquisition strategy for affordable housing, but some of those other critical social and economic needs that have been, to the point of declaring crises as a municipal government. I appreciate your delegation. I do. The rest of my questions will be on the report when we get to that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Carl, I want to thank you and the network. You're the you could very well be the missing link between what some senior levels of government have, as I reflect on it, committed to, some assurance about, public housing, purpose-built housing along the route, and the reality of the council having to take certain steps. So thank you for that. I recall hearing you speak in what now seems like a previous lifetime at the forum that the Hamilton Community Foundation offered about this topic specifically. And I believe, as I recall, the folk from Eglinton were brought in to share their perspective around what works and what doesn't work. And the single most important takeaway for me, I think perhaps for you too, but I'd appreciate your comments, was you got to get on top of this early. You have to define what it is, what the benefit is, and develop a strategy to get onto it quickly. We're obviously going to have some other discussion with staff around how we do that. I'm aware that we're capable as a municipality of borrowing money specifically for capital projects. But as part of that, of course, you need to define what capital projects you're borrowing money for. So that's a conversation I think we're going to have. And I think you're right. 10 years ago was the best time. The second best time is now. So we need to figure out a way to do that. But getting on top of it early, and your committee has reported a couple times with some, let me be honest, very candid and often brilliant suggestions about how we can maximize that space along the line and hold the two senior levels of government who finally, upon my reflection, made the commitment to guarantee that purpose-built housing was going to be a primary benefit of that particular funding. So thank you, but I appreciate any comment you would have on anything that I've said reflectively about your good work.
I appreciate it through the chair opportunity to comment on it, and I would say that part of the reason why the Community Benefits Network was formed when the funding was first announced by your government at the time was to start having these conversations in public, bringing residents in and engaging them. We are grateful to be funded by the Hamilton Community Foundation, Atkinson, and the United Way, who also are funding the work out in Toronto through the TCBN, and we are learning lessons not just from Toronto but from communities across the country, whether it's Waterloo, whether it's the new Mississauga here Ontario line that's going in, as well as projects around the world. So these are policies that a lot of cities are grappling with as climate change drives density within cities and as new transit lines are created across the country, and as of course housing crisis increase, especially in Canada. Many communities are grappling with these questions. So getting the policy right is really incumbent upon this body. It's been, I think, traditionally a little slow, municipal governments to see their role in land use planning beyond rezoning for private developments. So these are really big questions to be asking of your staff. And like I said, I encourage in the PowerPoint, think big on what your needs are for this corridor and think big on what lessons you can learn from the mistakes that we already made here on the Hamilton LRT corridor for our future transit corridors. As I said, you're planning 5 other rapid transit lines in this city of various degrees that will also bring densification and intensification around them.
Thank you, Mr. Andrus. Councillor?
Thanks so much, Carl, for that. I've heard it said in the developer sector, not the public sphere so much, that the price of land is such a key component to the total cost of any housing being built, and I would suggest particularly purpose-built housing. You can reduce the upfront cost by as much as 30-35% if you control the land. So I appreciate the work that you are doing, drawing that reality to our attention. Thanks very much. I'm sure we're going to have a debate on this when it comes up and get some sage advice from the wise bench that always does its best to guide us forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor. And thank you. Oh, Councillor Wilson, please.
So my apologies. I don't know why I forgot to do this, and I should be doing it automatically. I should have declared a non-disqualifying interest with respect to Mr. Andrus's delegation, as he referenced in his presentation and reminded me that the Hamilton Community Foundation is a proud funder of Community Benefits Network. Thank you. So I will do so.
Thank you, Councillor. And seeing there are no other speakers, thank you very much, Mr. Andrus.
Thank you.
May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation, please? Councillor Nan, Councillor Francis. May I have the vote, please? That vote carries 15-0. Thank you. Moving on to 7.3, Mark McNeil, ACPD, respecting item 10.5, Advisory Committee for Persons with Disability. Mark, you're going to be delegating from over there, so you have 5 minutes, please.
Great.
Actually, did you ask for additional time or no?
No,
Okay.
no, that's good.
Great.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of ACPD. I'm speaking to this motion about including inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility to city reports reflecting any of those issues. We believe that the motion is about voices being heard by council on matters important to persons with disabilities and critical to a caring and concerned city. This action on the part of the city is consistent with its already existing policy respecting safe and well communities. We believe IDEA consultation should include other advisory committees and other consulted community stakeholders. Where ACPD or other advisory committees and other community stakeholders are consulted, results should be fully reported by staff. If council believes that a report is worthy of consultation, it should be referred back to seek clarify consultation with the advisory committees. Where a report has included consultation on a matter sought by staff from ACPD, or where a report has included consultation on a matter sought by ACPD from staff, those results should be fully reported. Several motions have gone before council with cursory reference to the ACPD and other advisory committees' comments, opinions, and recommendations, but the consultation was sought and given, but minimally reported. This motion does not suppose that each and every staff report to council requires consultation with ACPD or other advisory committees, but it also does not mean that all staff reports should bypass the ACPD. In other words, we should not presume that any or all staff reports have a direct impact upon accessibility or DEI. However, we also should not think that they do not when they clearly do so. But if ACPD is consulted, the report should be consulted under IDEA under the heading consultation. Now, I have been informed by staff that the appropriate prescribed term is relevant consultation, but when we crafted the motion, we dropped relevant as being too subjective. We thought it should be reported as the consultation was sought and discussed. If council believes that a report is worthy of consultation, it should be deferred back to staff to seek clarification regarding any consultation. This motion actually supports a more appropriate and meaningful role for ACPD and other advisory committees of the city, making more efficient and effective use of voluntary committee time. Again, providing councillors with complete information regarding staff consultations is the goal. And if GIC is going to seek additional information from staff regarding this motion, I request that, or we request that the staff consult ACPD in doing so. We hope that you have enough information to approve the motion today. I would also add that staff has laudably as the motion says, introduced IDEA in its own internal workings. So they are familiar with the concept. We just like to see it reported in motions to staff, from staff to the councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And for committees, just a consideration that there is a little bit of a change in that motion where, again, just as Mark said, rather than relevant consulted, no. Okay, all right, I'll go to the speakers list then. Are there any questions of our delegate today? Okay, seeing none, may I ask for a mover and a seconder to approve Councillor Tattison and Councillor Pearls, please? This is to receive the presentation, and may I have a vote, please? Councillor Wilson says yes. And that carries. Thank you very much, Mark, for your
Thank you very
delegation.
much.
Moving on to staff presentations, we are at 8.1, 2022 Economic Development Action Plan Update. Director Norm Schlehan, Economic Development, will provide the presentation to committee. Hi, Director.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor. So good morning, Deputy Mayor and members of Council. Norm Schlehan, Director, Economic Development. It's my pleasure to be here today to provide you with an annual progress update on the 2021-2025 Economic Development Action Plan. This is the second update, actually, but the first to the new Council. So I thought I would provide you with a brief, just a brief, very brief overview. The Economic Development Division and Tourism and Culture Division jointly led the creation of this current action plan, which was approved by Council on October 27th of 2021. It built on the previous 2016-2020 action plan and articulates stakeholder validated opportunities and priorities. It has been designed as a citywide document that is visionary, representative, concise, and action-oriented. And the plan was also developed with a keen eye to promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion, as well as incorporating climate change initiatives. And while I'm standing up here by myself, further to this point here, there are many in the room that have contributed to this plan. So this isn't just the Economic Development Action Plan, just isn't from the Economic Development Division. It goes across the corporation. Transportation planning has been involved. Our Tourism and Culture Division, as well as Finance and several others, have given stakeholder and input into the plan. So it also involves substantial stakeholder engagement, which included input from 2 major citywide business surveys, the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery and the Just Recovery Task Force, just to name a few. And if I take you back to when the plan was actually formulated, remember, this was done actually during COVID. So what we thought was going to be minimal or difficult to get stakeholder input into the plan, we actually got much, much more than we ever anticipated. So that was one of the good things that came out of the process from a consultative process. 6 priorities were identified, and I will read them aloud. Facilitating a skilled and adaptable workforce, enhancing digital infrastructure and services, growing business and investments, moving goods and people, revitalizing priority areas and placemaking, and building transformational projects. And if you were to look back to previous economic development strategies and action plans in the past, we probably would have been focusing just on growing business and investments. That was all what the focus was on. Again, to talk about the inclusivity of this document, we tried to get, across the board by including digital infrastructure, adaptable workforce, and movement of goods, not just goods, but people as well. Scorecard on the screen provides an overview on the progress of the action items within the priorities. And as of the end of 2022, 25 of the 77 actions were deemed complete, 40 actions were in development, and 12 actions had not yet started. This slide provides just a few select actions that were completed in 2022. I don't want to go through every action in the report, but the status of all actions are contained within Appendix A of this report. If you do have any questions on those actions, please feel free to ask me now or at a later date. So the balance of the presentation is going to now be talking about our stretch target updates. And stretch targets, for those that don't know, were first introduced in the 2016 to 2020 Economic Development Action Plan. and they differ from regular targets or goals because of their level of difficulty. They seem almost impossible at the outset, and while regular goals are perceived as challenging but achievable. And in this Economic Development Action Plan, Council approved 13 ambitious stretch targets to inspire staff and external partners. Each target is anticipated to provide a direct positive impact on one or more of the identified EDAP priorities. Now, personally, on a personal note, I must admit, when we established these targets, again, this was during COVID, so there's a bit of angst in terms of, what is the economy going to look like moving forward for the next 5 years? So keep that in mind as you view the results. So stretch target number 1 was to add 7 million square feet of new industrial and commercial space. During the first 2 years of the action plan, the city has added almost 3.8 million square feet of combined industrial and commercial space. This figure is approximately 54% of the 5-year stretch target, so we are definitely trending ahead of target. So that's moving in the right direction. Pardon me. Stretch target number 2 is on generating $2.5 billion worth of construction value over a 5-year period. Adding the combined 327 million from 2022 with the 717 million from the year previous, we're at about $1 billion, which is about 42% of the 5-year stretch target in years 1 and 2. And I can tell you some good news today that year-to-date industrial commercial construction value in 2023 has already far surpassed the 2022 numbers, and we anticipate this number will start to trend well above target. Increasing new gross commercial industrial assessment by 1.5% per year, trending well ahead of target, which is great news. The most significant development was the Amazon Fulfillment Center in 2022, which is now the property with the 3rd largest single assessment in the city. Stretch target number 4. This one has been lagging behind target, and actually this has been in the Economic Development Action Plan since 2016, and it's to triple the tax assessment on the Stelco lands. I can tell you that this has been stagnant for a while, but moving forward, there is great optimism here as we work with Slate Asset Management, who have now taken over the site, and we are in a position now that I can say probably within the next couple of years, you're going to see some decent activity happening on that site. So that's good news moving forward there as well. Stretch target number 5, increasing the Hamilton shovel-ready land supply by 500 acres. Approximately 91 acres of shovel-ready lands were absorbed in 21 and 2022. However, no new shovel-ready lands were added in 2022. We do anticipate that this will actually get better in 2023 and 2024, with many properties that are scheduled to come online in the Flamborough Business Park, the Red Hill Business Park, and the Airport Employment Growth District. Stretch target number 6 was to increase immigration to Hamilton by 25% by 2025, based on the baseline of 2019 reported by IRCC. I know there was a presentation at the last GIC, so I won't go too far into the details here, but I can tell you that the data notes that there's been a 52.3% increase between 2021 and 2019, and a 25% increase between 2022 and 2019. So this is really achieved and ongoing achieved. Stretch target number 7 was to create and maintain a list of 1,000 living wage employers in Hamilton. And since 2021, a total of 623 employers have now self-identified as living wage employers through our annual Employer One survey. We are currently working with the Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction and the Ontario Living Wage Network for further verification and validation of these numbers and companies. Stretch target number 8 is achieving an average ground floor commercial storefront occupancy of about 90% across the business improvement areas across the city of Hamilton. This has dipped a little bit behind, trending a little bit behind target, 89.3%. This is a number we're watching very closely, as these storefront and Main Street businesses are still some of the ones that are still coming out of COVID, and there still are some impacts related to their operations. So we are watching that number very carefully, which segues very nicely into stretch target number 9, reducing the downtown office vacancy rate to pre-pandemic levels. At the last GIC, we did report on the office vacancy rate at about 13.3%. This is trending in the wrong direction, and I don't anticipate this is going to be getting any better anytime soon. However, as we reported at the last meeting, we do have a plan in place to try to see what we can do to mitigate and assist where we can in this area. Stretch target number 10 is investing a minimum of $1 million in tourism development from the Municipal Accommodation Tax program. The bylaw was just initiated for this year in 2023, so it's to be determined where we are in this one. We should have a better idea to report back in 2024 where we are headed in the direction on stretch target number 10. Stretch target number 11, attracting 5 major events that generate a total combined impact of at least $50 million. Realized impact from 4 major events held in 21 and 22 was around $21 million, and this trend should continue moving forward as Hamilton will be playing host to the Grey Cup this year and the Canadian Open in 2024. And I should mention one of those other groups, and I apologize to Maureen Cosin-Smith. I know she's on the call as well. HSR was part of our conversations in developing the action plan. And stretch target number 12 relates to increasing HSR ridership to pre-pandemic ridership levels by 2023. Last year, we saw a significant jump, 52.3% increase over 2021's ridership, and the 2022 level is about 70.3% of the ridership reported in 2019. So that one is definitely trending to target in the right direction. And lastly, stretch target number 13 is to generate $1 million in direct city revenue from film production activity within Hamilton. In 2 years, the city has earned almost $1.7 million, exceeding the stretch target with 3 years remaining in the current EDAP. These results reflect the fact that film production was able to continue during the pandemic, and the film continues to be a growth industry in Hamilton with record production volumes. So to sum it up, after 2 years of the 2021 Economic Development Action Plan, 2 stretch targets have been achieved, 6 are on target and trending to exceed target, 4 are behind target, trending behind target, and 1 is yet to be determined. And the next steps, staff will provide another annual update in the second quarter of 2023 and continue to communicate these results to Council and the general public. Deputy Mayor, that is my presentation.
Thank you, Director. Wait, did you say that the second update is going to be in the second quarter? Aren't we already in the
second quarter of 2024, pardon me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have a speakers list. I have currently Councillor M. Wilson, Councillor Danko, and then Councillor Taddison. So Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you very much, through the chair, to Mr. Schlieren. I appreciate your update and your work with your team. I mentioned this previously, and I'm not at all suggesting that we reopen an action plan that this council has set, but I would like to better understand when you and your team are out and about, and if you're hearing a consistent theme that is coming up that maybe was not included or identified in the plan. Would it be your intent to include it in the next plan, or do you pivot and make an amendment proposed to this plan through the chair?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Council, that's a very good question. In the 2 years that we've actually had Economic Development Action Plans, so it really started, used to call it Economic Development Strategies, and then we went to the 2016-2020 format where we've had the actual pieces laid out in terms of the number of actions. We have never really amended the plan during its existence. But we have looked at things that, you know, to the next version of the plan, which would be the 2026 to 2030 plan. I guess there would be nothing stopping Council from making that amendment should they so wish, but in the history of the Economic Development Action Plans, we have not seen an amendment ongoing.
Okay, Councillor?
Thank you very much for that. And again, I meant to read this prior to this morning. The reason I'm asking is everybody is interested in housing now. And I understand that Dr. Moffat was in town and gave a briefing or a presentation of some sort to the Hamilton Chamber. And he was putting a red flag on something he hypothesized was going to undermine our local economy, in that we didn't have enough variation of different housing types according to price point that either A, could attract and retain that new graduate, B, you talked about living wage employment and that target, and it's sort of a continuation of my first question of the role of housing within this plan. How does that inform this plan or your work? And also, according to the immigration target that we're above on. Thank you, through the chair.
Director?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. So the housing has never really been part of any economic development action plan. It's always been a little bit off to the working in conjunction with housing. Obviously, there have been elements of our economic development action plan in terms of when we redeveloped our CIP for a race. You know, there are now incentives for affordable housing in there and those types of initiatives. I was at Mr. Moffat's or Dr. Moffat's presentation, and yes, I mean he was talking a lot about where our workforce pieces are a little short. One of the economic development action plan items in this strategy is talking about a workforce strategy and talking about what we can do to address housing and the attraction and the people and those options that are there. As being part of the plan, it's not, I mean, I'll look to my general manager on the bench there if he has any suggestions from a housing perspective, but it's never been part of any economic development action plan that we put together.
GM Thorne?
Yeah, through the chair. So yes, we haven't included a specific action in the Economic Development Action Plan, but to the councillor's point, as issues emerge during these 5-year plans, then we certainly do bring forward strategies to advance them. So no question, housing is becoming increasingly that. I think housing affordably actually used to be a strategic advantage of the city of Hamilton and actually drove some of the early growth if we go back 5, 6, 7 years. So I would say, notwithstanding that it's not a component within the, as a specific strategy within the Active Action Plan, the integration between that plan and some of the things we talked about in the housing roadmap really do specifically speak to sort of housing as key to the success of the city from not just an economic standpoint, from a broader perspective as well. So if I'm looking ahead as to what the next 5-year economic development strategy might look like as we start to probably work on that, actually not too far away, probably by late next year, we'll be starting to work on the next one, or even mid next year. I think that kind of that housing affordability is going to find its way much more prominently into that next plan. And then, just to be clear, it doesn't mean we're not working on those issues in the interim.
Thank you, GM Thorne. Councillor?
Thank you. I'm very pleased to hear that that response. On the living wage employers, I think it was just north of 600. Would you be able to provide some comment on, would you describe the overwhelming number of them as small employers? Can you give some sort of general profile of that activity, please, through the chair?
Director?
Certainly, through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. You know what, initially, I thought that would just be the smaller employers, but there actually is quite a good, I don't have the numbers in front of me, and I could probably get them back to you in terms of what they look like, but it was across all sectors. So manufacturers, some distribution companies, life science companies, small retail storefronts, and the like. So it was kind of refreshing to see that actually went across multiple sectors of the economy.
Okay, Councillor?
Thank you very much. If I could drill into that, in your engagement with these folks, are you able to provide some insight into some of the reasons that they moved in that direction? I'm assuming it made them more competitive in their ability to retain and keep talent, but I don't want to assume that. Thank you.
Yep, and through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, and I think that would be a correct assumption. I think if you're not paying a living wage now, I mean, it's fiercely competitive to get workforce out there right now. So if you're not in the game, someone else is and providing that, then I'd agree that from an informal piece. We are actually meeting just next week with Tom Cooper and his group, as well as the Ontario Living Wage Network, to dive deeper into those numbers and maybe I'll give you some more context after that.
Thank you. If I have time for one final question, Chair?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Kind of going full circle then, back to the commercial storefront occupancy in the downtown. I understand that number. Again, at what point, Mr. Schlihan, in that trend, do we say we're going to have to maybe rethink whether commercial is going to be the use for these properties, and maybe we have to, according to other needs or circumstances, pivot to something else? And I know it's not a fair comparison with respect to Calgary because they failed to allow for, in my opinion, residential mixed use throughout their downtown. It was a drive-in and drive-out 9 to 5 place. But if you could care to comment on that, thank you. And those are my questions.
Director?
Certainly, through Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, we are following up on that report that we just brought on June the 14th and having a deeper dive with the property owners and seeing where the situation is with the commercial vacancy rate. And we're talking about the office vacancy rate, correct? So I'm not sure when that point is, but I think it's probably coming up soon in terms of where we're going to figure when, there are several properties, although they do have, they say they're not vacant, doesn't mean they're occupied. So there are people that might have a 10-year lease and their employees are coming in a couple of days a week or maybe even once a month. So they're still getting cash flow there, but when those leases come up, that's when we start to see, and we're trying to get a handle on, when is that point? When are these leases coming up? What are they looking at? I was just in Calgary at a conference, and the city of Calgary actually put, I think there's 1,200 units. There are 10 buildings going up, and 1,200 units are being retrofitted for residential. But the city, they have a designated reserve fund that they've actually put $86 million into the retrofit of those buildings because many of these buildings are just not suited for residential from an HVAC plumbing perspective and whatnot. So it is a very larger discussion that we're going to be having. I've met personally with every major office downtown landlord, and those are discussions that are going to continue to get
Okay.
Yep.
You have 1 minute and 08 seconds.
Thank you. I should have followed this up on my own because I have been watching Calgary. Could I just seek clarification from something that you would know, given your professional networks? You just stated that Calgary has created a reserve, an intentional reserve for the purpose of acquiring real estate, or could you just clarify that?
So I will have to, through the councillor, I can get back with the details on that. It was mentioned in a session that I was at talking about conversion of office to residential, that there was a fund that Calgary had a reserve specific for. I'm not sure if it was specific for housing or if it was a general economic development reserve that they had there. So I can get further clarification on that and those numbers.
I'm just thinking, Chair, apropos Mr. Andrus's delegation, and the irony that Calgary would be perhaps land banking and getting in the real estate business when they have the reputation as they do. So I appreciate your report. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Just to let committee know that we have a very robust speakers list, starting with Councillor Danko, followed on deck with Taddison, Alex Wilson, Jackson, and Clark. So Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Chair. Really pleased to see this report today, especially in a meeting where we're fresh because it was deferred from a previous meeting. Great news for our city. Seems we're on a very positive upward trajectory. I do have a couple questions on provincial policy that I'm really worried about could derail some of that great work that we're doing as a municipality. First is on the shovel-ready lands. So as in municipalities, we've designated employment lands as being shovel-ready. One of the recent changes to provincial policy in Bill 97 was giving landowners the ability to apply for removal of employment lands. So through you, Chair, I'm wondering if we've identified, are there employment lands that are at risk, and how might that impact that great work that we're doing?
So through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, I can tell you in my dealings, I haven't, in our business parks, I haven't seen any that are been at risk as of yet. But again, I'd like to defer to Jay. Jay just gave me a nod saying that he may have an answer from a policy perspective.
GM Thorne?
Yes, through the chair, similar to Norm, it's early days yet to be able to say specifically if there are sites at risk. It is a concerning policy change. Typically, what I would expect is where we'll see some of the pressure is around the edges, if I could put it that way, where we'll start to see residential incursion into what were previously proposed to be employment areas. The other policy change that has caused some concern and was part of the report we had to Planning Committee 2 weeks ago and part of our comments back to the province relates to the type of uses permitted in employment areas. And our view being that they were not adequately contemplating what we consider to be some of the employment uses, especially around creative sector, cultural industries, film studios. Those have been a significant source of investment and important employers for us. And our concern is that provincial policy will start to restrict those types of uses in some of our employment areas.
Thank you, GM. Councillor.
Thank you, and that was my second question was on the Bill 97, changing the definition of employment areas to, I think is described as really 1950s type development that focuses on industry, manufacturing, as Councillor Wilson said, drive in, drive out, which is really inconsistent with our goals and aims for these properties. The one that I'm really primarily concerned about is the slate lands and if that will have an impact, because that is envisioned on a mixed light industrial that is completely incompatible with the provincial policy statement as it stands.
Director.
So can I just ask for clarifying, what is the question? Just to clarify the question, Councillor Deck. Sorry.
It's about the slate lands and how
Sorry.
it'll...
The question is are we going to need special consideration in the provincial policies in order to continue to develop in the trajectory as we envision as a city?
Yeah. I'm going to turn that over to Jason again. I'm not a provincial policy expert, so my apologies.
So through the chair, I think the short answer is yes, there's concerns there. I mean, recognizing some of that provincial policy hasn't landed yet, and I'll tell you the specific concern with something of the scale of the Stelco land, so that is a very large site. And if it's overly restrictive in terms of the types of uses that are going in there, you can imagine if someone has to leave the Stelco lands to go for lunch and get a sandwich, that becomes really problematic on a scale on a site of that scale. So to me, what I think the city's vision is, and I know what Slate's vision is, an employment hub there, but that is also offering amenities for what will be thousands of workers working in that area, and also visitors going into that area. So it doesn't fit well the mold of what the province is proposing in terms of a fairly tight definition of what is and is not employment.
Councillor.
Thank you. Those are all the questions, but I think it's just important to highlight that sometimes the province's goals don't have the intended consequences, and here we're seeing the exact opposite, especially on the slate lands with 24,000 new jobs. Who knows what happens with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. May I call upon Councillor Chattison, please?
Greetings, sir.
Councillor.
Thanks for delegating, or presenting, sorry. 2023, do we have an update for our industrial commercial construction values so far? We're halfway through the year right now.
So I can give you some rough, I did some rough numbers. As of mid-June, I took a look at the numbers, and we were at about, on industrial alone, we were at 331 million, which is actually the second best total that we've ever had on industrial number in the history of the amalgamated city. And I can't go back beyond that, but, and we still have half a year to go. Looking at the commercial industrial combined, we're at about, end of July, I think we're at about 450 million. And so that number is raising. The best year we have ever had, it was 2021, and I think we're around 717 combined commercial and industrial. So, I mean, we're pushing $500 million right now at the end of June, and I just see what we have in the pipe depending on how quickly we can get some of these across the finish line. And some of these sites are difficult in terms of getting some things, and it's not approvals necessarily on the city side, but just approvals on their other side. There's probably another 1.5 to 2 million square feet in the pipe right now. So depending when that comes across, we could have a very close to hitting that record that we had back in 2021, but I don't want to speculate on that.
Thank you, Director. Councillor.
What was the date when the initial goal was set for 2.5 billion? What was the date or the approximate time when that goal was set?
That was probably, if we're looking, the action plan was actually approved on October 27th of 2021, so it probably would have been early of probably the first quarter of 2021.
Okay, I'm just wondering, with inflation and so forth and things costing so much more to build, should we be stretching that stretch target?
It's always a great question in terms of stretching the stretch targets. And at the time, I suppose you could, but at the same time, when we made that target 2.5 billion, that really didn't differ too much from the previous action plan, and we did that because we just had no idea what would happen coming out of COVID. We weren't sure if everything was going to shut down, and you really have to go back to those initial days where it's like we had simply no clue what was going to happen on street fronts, industrial, office. Probably should have had a better idea on office, but hindsight's always 20/20. But if you, I wouldn't recommend stretching it because things. If we do, inflation gets too high, then that could actually stop development from happening. So I suggest it just stay where it is, but in my humble opinion. But that's not my prerogative, Councillor.
And one final question, going back to a point that Councillor Danko was trying to make in regards to developing industrial commercial areas, and we have ownership that wants to build residential. What's the city's position? Do we support the residential development or do we support the commercial industrial development? And I'll turn that to anybody up there. Thanks.
I'll start with maybe the director, and then we'll go to GM Thorne then.
Or I can start, because that actually was an exercise we went through in the last term of council when we were doing what was called the Municipal Comprehensive Review and looking at all of the city's growth needs. We did a very specific exercise where we looked at opportunities conversions. All landowners had the opportunity of coming forward if they had employment lands that they wanted to propose for conversion. We had some assessment criteria that we went through, ultimately came to council with recommendations, and I would say there were some that actually the staff did support and council ultimately did support because we saw that it made sense given the changing dynamics in the area. I think one that comes to mind was in the Upper Stony Creek area, closer into where the residential commercial is. And then there was a number that we did not support. So I would say, staff's position and council's position and what we communicated back to the province was that process actually works pretty well. That rather than deal with conversions on a case-by-case, application-by-application basis, you look at it comprehensively through a municipally initiated review process. And that's exactly what we did previously. It's going to be more difficult to do that in the future.
Thank you, GM. Director, did you want to add anything at all?
Maybe just one simple comment that from a industrial land perspective, it's a precious commodity right now in terms of we don't have a lot of service ready to go industrial land. So at no time do ECDEV staff ever really push wanting to have industrial land moved to residential.
Okay, Councillor.
I just want to thank both the staff for their answers, and I'll take some questions offline to carry into some of my particular areas. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Currently, we have Councillor Jackson, and then on deck will be Councillor Clark. So Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks so much, Deputy Mayor Huang, and good morning, Director Schlehan, and congratulations. I was one of the skeptics a few years ago when the term stretch targets came about, and I said, folks, let's not set ourselves up to fail with expectations that are unreasonable and could not be met. But sincerely, Norm, to you and your team, congratulations, and even what you've accomplished coming out of a worldwide pandemic. Unprecedented, and truly saluting you. Now, just some questions for clarifications for you, Deputy Mayor, please. On page 7, the achieved items under the moving goods and people priority include the truck route master plan. That's all rejigging the truck route master plan, but still ensuring goods and services are being delivered. You mentioned e-scooters and public transit, but I guess what I was looking for, Director, was the overall major transportation corridors and any comments further about what we do with either the airport, with our ring roads, with the harbor. I guess I was looking maybe more for that, unless that was maybe part and parcel of what staff have already talked about. Through you, Deputy Mayor, please.
Director.
So through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, and thank you for your kind words. It's great that they're coming this way, but it's really a team effort across many divisions and departments. With respect to, it's a great point about how do all these multimodal, how do all these roads work together, and actually we're in the throes right now of developing a goods movement strategy. It's one of the approved actions in the action plan. So coming hopefully this fall, if not the first quarter of 2024, we'll have a goods movement strategy that sort of shows how everything works together We had to wait to really, it's been on our work plan for a few years, but we really wanted to wait until the truck master plan had been completed before we went ahead and did a goods movement strategy, because that would obviously have impacts on overall goods movement strategy for the city.
Thank you, Director. I look forward to that follow-up report. Page 8, stretch target 2. So just to clarify the $2.5 billion, we hear regularly publicized about, what's this, the 11th year in a row, over $1 billion building permits. A great success story again for our city, and the zenith that we're back on with the pause through the pandemic, Deputy Mayor. So just to be clear, is the over $1 billion we've achieved in half a year, is that part and parcel of this 2.5? Is this 2.5 over and above that? Could you clarify that for me, Director, please?
Certainly, and through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. So the $2.5 billion that we're talking about as a stretch target is solely industrial and commercial. So the $1 billion announcement that we made back in mid-June included residential. So that was all the value of all permits. Of that $1 billion of permits, about 350 to 400 million was commercial and industrial. So that 350 to 400 million of commercial and industrial would be applied to the stretch target of the $2.5 billion, if that makes sense.
That's the clarification I was looking for. Thank you very much, Director. A couple more questions, Deputy Mayor. On page 9, stretch target 5, so it was referenced earlier with the earlier delegation on the LRT. 500 acres now. I'm looking at 2022, 546.8 acres. That's how much in land banking the city and private sector have shovel-ready, Director, to go? Is that entirely city-owned land, shovel-ready to go? Could you clarify that for me? Either way, it's a very encouraging number, but just clarify that breakdown through you, Deputy Mayor, please.
I'm just mindful that we are also talking about the report right now, right? So not just the presentation, we're also talking about the report. Director, if you're
by his stretch targets.
okay.
Okay.
But are you okay with that?
I'm okay with answering that question,
I thought it was
certainly.
a reference through his stretch targets, Deputy Mayor. I'm sorry.
No.
Okay,
So the number that you see referenced in the stretch target, or the total number of shovel-ready acres that we currently have on, that is all shovel-ready lands across the city, both privately and publicly held.
All right, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
And I
Please,
guess I'll
please
stop.
go ahead. You still have about 1 minute, 48 seconds.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I take your admonishment. So just to wrap up, the overall investment and exciting news from the jobs, the increased commercial industrial taxes, the building permits, etc. I've always said to the public how to correlate that to the tax levy that we set for our residential community is important. And I leave the thought with you, Director, working with GM Zegeric, how to message that to the best degree that we can going forward. Thank you for your latitude, Deputy Mayor Huang. Thank you.
Director?
And through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, I will take this offline with Mr. Zegeric if that's okay, and we can talk about how we can basically translate that into numbers that the general public will have an appreciation of.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Moving on to Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate you giving latitude to Councillor Jackson. I'm hoping that you have some of that latitude left over for me. With all seriousness, thank you very much, Director, for your report. Chair, can I ask, I heard the Director indicate that they're now starting the work or soon to be starting the work on a goods and movement strategy. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Director?
Certainly, through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. So this is really a strategy that talks about, we have all these tremendous transportation assets in Hamilton. It's one of our biggest competitive advantages that we have, a port, an airport, rail, and a great road network within our community. And how do they all work together? And could we be shipping products utilizing the port and the airport, rail and the port, just a better coordination of efforts in terms of how everything actually works together. So that's really one of the first steps with the strategy, Councillor.
So it's in line with multimodal transportation. I am assuming that the goods movement strategy will utilize the trucking routes that we have now established and not come back and say, okay, you got to start over.
So through the deputy mayor to the councillor, the intent of waiting for the truck master plan to be completed was so that we didn't put the cart before the horse. So we are going to take the guidance of that strategy, and that's the reason why we did in that order. We thought it would be out of place to do a goods movement strategy first, and then.
Yeah, I sincerely appreciate that, and that just popped in my head when you mentioned it earlier. Chair, may I ask? In the past, the city of Hamilton has had goals in terms of how much commercial land we need based on the population. Do we still have that?
So I can tell you from, and maybe I'll look to Jason from a planning perspective, our stretch target within the Economic Development Action Plan is to bring on 500 acres of have 500 shovel acres of land within 5 years, just to meet the demand that's currently going. From a policy perspective, Jason, maybe I can turn over to you.
Yeah, so through the chair, so yeah, Norm's numbers, that speaks to primarily industrial. When it comes to sort of commercial retail, that is typically done as we go through our secondary planning exercises. We look at what sort of commercial area needs are, and then the focus in our official plan is to accommodate that primarily through mixed use opportunities. I would say what we've started to see a bit of in more recent commercial studies and secondary plans, in some areas, some over-commercialization. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of redevelopment proposals for some of our major commercial sites. So if you think about Limeridge Mall now introducing residential, Eastgate, the iConnect proposal up in Waterdown, those are good examples of where, based on kind of a changing commercial retail outlook, we're starting to see, I think, and I think it's a very good thing, much more of a focus on mixed-use redevelopment of some of those single-use commercial areas that have existed in the past.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair, and Mr. Thorne is going where I was headed, so I appreciate that. So in the past, we've had assessments that have indicated, for example, we're at 90% of our commercial land build-out that we had intended for, say, 2030 or 2040. Do we still have those types of calculations so that we can understand what we need based on the expected population in the future for commercial growth?
Director, or is it GM Thorne?
So through the chair, just to clarify, by commercial, the councillor talking about sort of generally sort of retail, neighborhood commercial, those types of things, as opposed to the industrial side?
Yes, not in industrial. I'm talking specifically commercial, because what I've been seeing is a dearth of empty, small commercial buildings. And so I'm trying to understand what's the calculation that we use to say, okay, Hamilton, we need this amount of square footage of commercial space.
So through the chair, it's done less at a citywide scale, like I said, more at the secondary planning scale. When you're looking at most commercial retail uses, they're serving kind of a neighborhood or sub-regional scale as opposed to a citywide scale. And so, you know, there are, I would say, traditionally numbers that have been used in terms of, I'll take, the broad category of what's called population-related employment. That's a lot of your neighborhood commercial serving kind of uses. I would say those numbers in the industry are starting to be questioned a little bit, just given the changing nature of commercial and retail. So I don't have there's not a specific number of acres. What we typically look at in the secondary plans is square footage of commercial that we think is going to be needed. But as I said, I think some of that is starting to get rethought and relooked at as we look at a very different kind of market. So it works differently than industrial. Industrial, we tend to talk about shovel-ready acres. Commercial retail, we tend to talk more in terms of square footage and at a narrower geographic scale.
Councillor?
So we do not have calculations citywide for commercial property that's required, or where we are on the goal citywide.
So through the chair, I'd have to double check whether we rolled up any numbers through the municipal comprehensive review exercise that I referenced earlier. We did do that for employment and industrial in that exercise. I don't recall. I'll have to go back and check if we looked at anything specific to commercial and retail.
Thank you. And I guess the last question that I would have is, we are seeing a significant increase in packages being purchased online of product and delivered from that online service. Are we seeing an impact on our commercial mortar and brick stores? Not sure who will answer that, but.
Director.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, I'm not sure if we can actually trace that back. I think there may be some impact, but we don't have anything that can say that it's because there's more packages going from XYZ delivery company that this is impact. Actually, some small businesses actually are the ones having their products delivered to some of these residences and around. So, but I can circle back and see if we can get back some information on that, but we don't have anything specific at this point in time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Last person on the speakers list is Councillor Pauls, please.
And thank you. I was actually looking at the scorecard, the stretch target. I want your opinion, and I think it kind of touches what Councillor Clark was saying. Number 8, achieve an average ground floor commercial storefront occupancy of 90% across the BIAs, and it says we're behind target. Yeah. Number 1, why are we behind target? Is it because of these bigger commercial retail, the way the trend is, how people shop? My son has a small business and we see it all the time, you know? People are buying online, people are buying on big commercial. Are we trying to eliminate this? Are we behind, or are we going to get further behind?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. So I think we should just take a look at those numbers, and 90% we thought was a very aggressive number that we put out there. Again, it's a stretch target, and we are just slightly trending behind target. It's around 89.3, so we're only 0.7 behind that 90% that we had. It is a slight drop from what we saw the year previous, but I still, you know, there's still many impacts that these small businesses are still feeling from COVID, depending on where you are. I think, and I don't want to get into specific BIA numbers or whatever else, but depending on where you are, if you've been impacted by, you know, office buildings that were once full 5 days a week to office buildings that are now only partially full, you're going to see an impact on the storefronts in and around those areas. So I'm sure there's a number of factors that are contributing to that, but I can't really pinpoint it to one of those. But I don't want to start panic saying that we're going behind target. It is slightly behind that, but again, that 90% I think was a very aggressive number to put out there, especially at a time when businesses weren't even open when that target was established to the general public.
You're saying it's slight behind, but I know what people pay on their taxes on these little shops, mom and pop shops. I know the taxes they're paying, and it seems to me when it's a bigger company, you know, maybe because it's commercial, they might be paying a little bit less. I'm not 100% sure there, but I think there's something to look into that. Also, number 9, it says reduce downtown office vacancy rate, and this one says trending behind.
Yes.
Okay, is it because people are working from home? And if the trend is going to be behind now and more people are working from home, how do we mitigate that? How do we solve that problem?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, and I wish that I had the answer to that question. So to your point, that number is trending in the wrong direction, and it will continue to. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's going to continue to go in the wrong direction. You're seeing it in every major municipality across the country that the hybrid work situation and the opportunity for people to work from home. Several examples of companies downtown that used to have all their workforce down here now have, you know, maybe a small percentage or even all of them working from home. So that's a huge impact. We're going to have a better idea of what those impacts are this fall on some of the downtown, in particular in some of the downtown areas. We've just relaunched for the first time the Hamilton Employer Survey. It's the first time we have done that survey since 2019 because COVID restrictions didn't allow us to do that until this point. So we're going to get an idea of, like, here's where we were in 2019, XYZ company, and XYZ 2023, and we're asking the question, has hybrid work impacted your business? So we will have the answer to some of those questions that you're talking about right now, but I'm not sure how you mitigate it. We have to figure out, you know, in the city of Toronto, I know they're looking to try to attract more wet lab space into their downtown core, because those are workers that would have to come into work, and they can't do that virtually. So try to get creative with some of the types of use, but then again, you're talking about wet lab space, we're talking about plumbing and HVAC, to the point I made earlier. Not all buildings are equipped that way. So we're working on this. It's something that's going to be a work in progress, it's probably one of the biggest, like, if the item that keeps you up at night, or keeps you up at night, this is one of them.
Right. And I'm just wondering how many buildings that the city of Hamilton has that we're not using them anymore, or should we divest of them, or because people are, I know most people would rather work at home 3-4 days and maybe come in once, or, you know, and that's what we're hiring people, and that's what we're saying, come in 2 days maybe, or whatever. So I think it's very important, and those two things, when I looked at the scorecard, I thought, boy, we really have to focus on that. And to me, small business is what mom and pop shops are really the heart of the engine that for years we support it. But I feel like it's going out the door, per se. So,
And maybe just one other, if I may, through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, although I'm here talking about a lot of these big business stats here and whatnot, a bit large industrial stats, we still have that whole arm of our Hamilton Business Centre on the main floor of City Hall that has been very proactive in getting out there with the Digital Main Street program, helping these companies convert, you know, from their standard platform to a digital platform. We had a My Main Street program where they were able to get $10,000 grants. So I think we gave it $600,000 in small to 60 companies across different areas of the city in 2022. So small business is very much a big focus of very, very important as well. So I don't want to lose sight of that.
and thank you for that. Thank you.
No problem.
That's all my questions.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to just pass the chair over to Councillor Crutch really quickly. Thank you for this presentation. I'm obviously very intensely interested in this topic. Director, well, through you, Chair, to the Director, I know that in the past it was not a stretch target, but it was one of the action items. Where are we at with the broadband strategy and how we want to try and build and invest in more infrastructure?
You know what, if I may, I think the Cyrus is in the room, if I may defer to Cyrus at that point in time, because I could probably deal with a very two-point update, but Cyrus might be able to give you a more fulsome one if I can take that liberty.
Thank you, through you to the chair, to Councillor Ryan. Thank you for the questions. So regarding the broadband strategy, we've been working closely with various providers to continue to advocate. We've been providing letters of support for applications to the ongoing funding that's available provincially. We've also worked out on providing some additional information through a new website called hamilton.ca, which we have provided information about all the providers in the region, as well as maps of coverage. And we have regular ongoing meetings. We participate with the Toronto GTHA Digital Infrastructure Working Group that has given advocacy statements to the province regarding expanding coverage both in rural and urban areas. And we're also working on looking at digital infrastructure requirements around the LRT project. Those are just a few of the pieces that are in flight related to that. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, and I don't want to take up any more of your time because I can definitely take these offline. So I'll take the chair back then. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive this presentation? Councillor Taddison and Councillor Beattie, please.
Sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, I believe Councillor McMeekin just added his name to the speakers list.
Sorry about that, Councillor.
It just happened.
Please go ahead.
No problem, Madam Deputy Mayor. A question to Cyrus, since broadband came up. Can you comment on rural broadband and specifically what's going on up in Rockton, please?
Through the chair to you, Councillor. Yeah, my understanding is with regards to investment in Rockton, there are some complexities in terms of the permitting processes possibly that Bell is using to expand coverage in that area, and that's being reviewed by city staff. I think one thing that's important to note in terms of broadband connectivity in rural areas, the city has a very small leverage ability to influence the investment that occurs by private internet service providers. They're driven by a revenue model that they have to hit a certain number of houses to meet their investment targets. They have the ability to leverage provincial funding in some cases for some projects, but generally the city's levers to enhance last mile or connectivity at the residential or business location is almost negligible, other than providing an advocacy role and helping to ensure that we're promoting at different levels of government for that continued investment, as well as internally making sure that we have a timely process for permitting review, things like that. I don't know if that information helps.
Okay, thank
Or
you.
have I answered your
Counselor?
question?
Cyrus, it does help. Thank you very much. Your explanation helps. Getting it out to the people who don't understand it is a more difficult challenge. It is customer number driven, clearly, by Bill, from what I can gather, and it presents certain frustrations in the rural area who many of which are struggling to catch up to their urban brothers and sisters. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Seeing no more speakers, I think we'll still go to Counselor Taddison and Counselor Beatty as a mover and the seconder. May I have a vote, please? Thank you, Director. Counselor McMeekin, are you going to vote? Yes. Okay. Okay. And that carries 13-0. On the report now, may I please have a mover and a seconder to place the report on the floor? Councillor Francis and Councillor Jackson? And are there any discussions on this report? Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? Okay, Councillor Nan says yes. And that carries 13-0. Thank you, committee. Moving on to item 9, consent items. 9.1 is the Light Rail Transit Subcommittee report. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put 9.1 on the floor? Councillor Crutch and Councillor Clark. Is there any discussion on this report, please? Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? Councillor Danko? And that carries 14-0. Thank you. Moving on to 9.2, equity in the emergency plan. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put 9.2 on the floor, please? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Danko. Are there any discussions on this report? Councillor M. Wilson, followed by Councillor A. Oh, sorry, I have Councillor A. Wilson first, and then Councillor M. Wilson. So Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Duking it out over here. Just a quick question from me through you, Chair. Just wondering, it sounds like as part of this information review, 5 different conversations or kind of focus groups were had and some operational changes were made to our emergency response plan. They're detailed throughout this report. Just wondering for public consumption if some of those key changes, so not necessarily the whole thing, but if the changes could just be highlighted for public consultation in a quick summary.
Thank you, Alex Wilson. Councillor Alex Wilson. GM Burden, please.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Madam Chair. Chief Cunliffe is online and is prepared to walk Council through the changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Good morning, Dave Cunliffe, Fire Chief. And so thank you, Councillor, for your question. basically, the change that we have made is that as part of the organization chart for the incident management system, we have included a new group amongst the operations section of the org chart to include a vulnerable sector liaison, and that will fall into the emergency and social services branch. And this is the one that we look after folks that relative to their needs vis-a-vis the emergency, so shelters, the development of a support network. And so what we've done is we've included those that have been identified already as being vulnerable and disproportionately impacted by the social determinants of health, and also those that have been impacted by the emergency themselves that have also been deemed vulnerable and disproportionately impacted by the social determinants of health as a result of the emergency. So we are now making sure that we have focus within the emergency management structure.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I think this is a really important change and appreciate the chance to underscore it. Before, when an emergency happened, we understood that that had a differential impact to different people in our community. I think evacuations of buildings are something we think of a lot. If your elevator goes down and you cannot use the stairs, you have to have a different level of service to be evacuated. So that's something I think we understand in this city. And while we had some plans in place, a lot of it was kind of in that reactive response. And so it sounds like now from a more proactive place, there's some capacity and resources built in, understanding that in any emergency, folks will be differentially impacted. There's capacity and resources to focus on those who are maybe experiencing unique experiences in an emergency or more vulnerable during that emergency because of the nature of the emergency. So an important change, and one just wanted to note. Thank you, Chief Cunliffe, for further walking us through how that change came about.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I recognize Councillor M. Wilson, please.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson asked my question. Also joining in and expressing my appreciation for this report, for the highlight, and for the formal recognition of the vulnerability of persons in advance of a vulnerable situation and how that has to inform our emergency response plans. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I don't see any more speakers on the speakers list. We already have a mover and a seconder. May I have the electronic vote, please? And that carries 13-0. Thank you. Moving on to 9.3, accessible updates to the temporary outdoor patio program. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put 9.3 on the floor, please? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Nan. Is there any comments on this report? Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks. I just wanted to acknowledge that the delegate brought forward a bunch of items here for review and that we were able to implement some this patio season. So I'm just appreciative of the fact that we were able to do that. Things I think that were simple, like cutting the railings so that they're not sticking out as much, not tethering signs to physically rigid infrastructure so that there's not sandbags holding them up. Things like that. I think there's still a number of recommendations in here that haven't quite been addressed from a full accessibility perspective, meaning that things like, we're going to keep the slats of the ramps going a certain way because we're worried about perhaps wheels being stuck and those kinds of things. But I think it would be good if there's a potential to bring this back in advance of the next season to talk about, okay, what are some of the things we couldn't do this year, why? And could we address those from an accessibility perspective specifically, right? Like, because some of the responses just say, okay, we're not going to do this, or other municipalities are doing this, so it's consistent, but could we address it actually by reviewing whether or not it meets certain accessibility standards, or could we speak about it in that frame? So I'm wondering if that's potential thing that could happen in advance of the next season, just those things that are outstanding still, or that came forward that weren't adopted.
Yes, so through the chair, so we do at the end of each season, since this program's been going for 5 years, something like that now. We do an assessment, and we do a survey as well of participants to see what, I would say, both design changes as well as program changes, operational changes, and then we build those into the next year's program. So I think pretty much every year we've had the program, we've made various tweaks and adjustments as we go, as we learn from the different experiences. So yes, we would, and we do bring that back to council as an information report to say for the 2024 season, these are some of the changes that staff are putting forward.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thanks. And if it's helpful, I think the kind of thing that would be really useful to have would be something like, we're not going to change the format of the slats, because over time, we've experienced with these things, the slats move, the slats shift, the slats shrink, whatever they do, right? The average wheel of a mobility device is such and such width. It'll be likely for it to be stuck is X. Like, I think that's the kind of detail I think we just have to respond to the delegate with, because that's the detail they came forward with, right? They were like, we think these things are important, here's why. And so I think if we can respond in earnest about some of the specificities for why this is happening, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other speakers, and we already have a mover and a seconder, may I have their electronic vote, please? Okay. Who are you looking at? Oh, okay, perfect. And that carries 13-0. Thank you. Moving on to 9.4, Airport Subcommittee Report. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put 9.4 on the floor, please? Councillor Tatis and Councillor Pauls. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? And that carries 13-0. Thank you all. Moving on to item 9.5, Business Improvement Area, BIA Subcommittee Report. May I have a mover and a seconder to put item 9.5 on the floor, please? Councillor Pauls and Councillor Crutch, please. May I have any discussion on this item? All right. Seeing none, let's move on to the electronic vote. And that carries 13-0. Committee, we are now heading into the next chunk of areas, which is going to be the discussion items. I recommend that we continue moving forward. Is everybody okay with that? Yes, all right. 10.1, 41 South Street West Dundas Disposition Strategy. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put item 10.1 on the floor? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor McMeekin. Is there any discussion on this item? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
A lot of, I think, discussion on the item. I do have, a couple of questions. Just want to signal to the committee, I believe I sent out a amendment that all of you may have had a chance to see this morning. It's not necessarily super substantial. It just adds in some explicit public consultation to the report. So Chair, I was going to use this time just to ask some questions, and I might come back on a second time to do some of the more moving work, if that's okay with you. Sure. But just letting the room know there will be an amendment before. Just a couple of questions regarding the process, and I'd say I think part of this confusion has come from residents. I think folks will have also seen some emails from local residents who are seeing the motion as of Wednesday and seeing how that wasn't necessarily the proposal in terms of some of those additional municipal uses. And so through you, Chair, just wondering if the bench could weigh in a little bit on what's actually happening, like what is the motion in front of us today when we talk about those additional municipal uses? If we're approving this today, are we putting in an ambulance facility at 41 South Street, or what is actually happening? Through you, Chair.
GM Thorne, please.
So through the chair, short answer to that question is no, this is not approval for a paramedics facility or any other sort of use on the site other than the Bob Kemp Hospice, which is being sought for approval to move forward. What we identified, whenever we have city-owned lands that are potentially going to be surplused and put to some other use, we do an internal circulation to see if there are any other city divisions or surface areas that may have an interest in doing something on the lands. As the report noted, 2 came forward through that exercise, not as a specific request, but as a potential long-term need, one being some paramedics and the other being potential future uses tied to or expansion of Wentworth Lodge. So what you have in front of you in terms of a recommendation is, in addition to supporting the inclusion of the hospice on the site, is to have staff work with hospice and their team, I would say just to make sure that we are using the land as efficiently as possible and not precluding other future uses should they arise. So as I said, there's nothing specific, there's no specific proposal on the board other than the hospice, but what we want to make sure is in terms of where and how the hospice is located, how access to it is managed, that it's not precluding other opportunities that the city may want to have down the line. Those would obviously have to go through their own approvals processes and consultation processes and so on. We just don't want to preclude any of those future opportunities.
Councillor?
Thank you. And following up on those consultation processes, or this idea of public consultation on public lands in general, when a private individual attempts to develop private land, it is either going to go through a process that it doesn't have to go to planning committee. It can just be done via kind of staff discretion, not a very public affair, some of that smaller things. And then if it comes to planning committee and it gets bigger, there are some public provisions in there, like the ability to delegate or getting a notice if you live certain close. When the city is developing public lands, do we have any policies or what is the norm for public consultation when we do this type of work in general?
General Manager?
So through the chair, in terms of development approvals, it's no different whether it's the city as developer or somebody else developing on city lands or a private developer. They have to go through the same approvals processes. The councillor's correct. If there's a significant change that triggers what we would call an official plan amendment or a rezoning application, something like that, those are the things that come before planning committee, and there's a statutory public meeting and the public can delegate and so on. If none of those types of approvals are required, if it's a use that's already permitted, and it is just a matter of what we call site plan approval, which is looking at some of the finer grain details of design, landscape access, those sorts of things. Site plan approval is delegated to staff, and that becomes a staff approval authority. It doesn't come forward to planning committee. So that's the approvals process regardless of who the developer is. With respect to the city disposing of land, selling land, leasing land, sometime it's been different practice. In some cases it comes, as this one does, comes before a GIC. There's opportunity for public to comment through that. In other cases, if we look at some of the more significant ones, such as, waterfront, Barton Tiffany lands, those much larger exercises. In those cases, there could be a whole sort of consultation process around the disposition component, separate and apart from the actual development approvals.
Councillor?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I know a number of residents are really excited by the proposal, have attended public information meetings or those information meetings hosted by the proponent, by the hospice, really came and captured with the vision of the site and really want to see it move forward and want to see it move forward quickly. There's a fear that's been shared with me that by doing this joint site planning process, for folks who are on the side of let's get this done, this is good work, move as fast as possible, we're slowing things down. Well, we have been doing some of this review work anyway in the planning process.
GM Thorne?
So through the chair, and that was a concern of staff as well. I know that was a concern of the hospice as well, is to move things quickly. And I would say what's being proposed here in I guess it would be recommendation C is not an exhaustive planning study. It's really just looking at some key things around how is access going to be managed on the site, how are amenities going to be located on the site, what's the location orientation of the building, in a way that, as I said, is making most efficient use of the property so that if there are other needs on the site in the future, that we haven't precluded those from happening. I don't see it as slowing things down. Our intention is to move forward on all of these recommendations in parallel, not in sequence. So in parallel with that, we would be working with the hospice around recommendation B as well in terms of what an actual disbursement of the property looks like. And frankly, much of what we'd be doing through this exercise, if we were not to do it now, the hospice themselves would have to do it anyways when they come forward for their site plan application. So in that respect, I'm actually hopeful that it will maybe reduce some grief down the line. If we deal with some of these issues up front, it will hopefully make their site plan approval process ultimately much easier.
Thank you, GM. Counselor.
Yeah, so in doing that due diligence work, it's not necessarily decision work, it's doing due diligence work. And my understanding is staff also need direction to consult on something. You need something to consult on to do a public consultation. So today, giving that direction to do a public consultation or to investigate the due diligence of these potential municipal uses is what allows us to ask the public what their thoughts are. We can't necessarily ask the public before there's something started here. Staff aren't just going out saying, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? There needs to be a bit of a piece in place. So speaking of the things that we are and aren't deciding on today, have we talked about a financial agreement for these lands? Residents are asking if this means that the city is gifting these lands for free. Has any conversation about the land value and any type of ownership, leasing, that type of agreement been discussed so far? And is that what we're deciding on today, or is that coming in a later report?
So through the chair, that's really the focus of recommendation B, is what exactly does that transaction look like? Is it a sale? Is it a long-term lease? What would the terms of either one of those be? That's what we're seeking direction for in recommendation B. And that does have to, in recommendation D, that does have to come back to General Issues Committee. Staff don't have the authority to then sign those agreements. That would have to come back here.
Counselor.
Thank you. I think just last question from me is, so it seems like when we take these recommendations, we put them in plain language, understanding that this isn't the language that the community has been seeing, understanding that I think there's been a little bit of a feeling like there's something maybe nefarious going on. I'll just ask the kind of the plot, like, there's no secret plans to put seniors housing here secretly without the community's plan. Like, there's no big cabal going on to do development secretly. It's just we're starting this process and there's maybe been a miscommunication about what today's vote means and how do we move that forward, or understanding that we do have a priority to look at intensification, look at housing wherever it makes sense. We're doing that due diligence work. It's not necessarily a plans coming forward next week.
General Manager?
Through the chair, yes, I think that's correct. So really what we're looking at here is, as I said, let's not preclude other things from being able to happen in the future. I think the great concern would be if we come up with a opportunity for the hospice and it's sited and located in a way that maybe precluded some other opportunity that could have happened many years from now. That's kind of that's the exercise we want to go through. Whether or not any of that other future uses comes to fruition, whether or not that is something that is supported by council, that would be part of a future conversation. We just want to make sure that the layout of the site is done as efficiently as possible.
Last question from me, Chair. So what we are deciding today then is what those next steps look like in terms of site planning and in principle saying yes to the Bob Kemp Hospice on these lands pending the land sale agreement or land lease agreement or whatever else gets decided in those terms and conditions. And so if that's the decision today, is basically a yes in principle or a yes on this site to this for this use, in addition to some of the studies and public consultation that may be forthcoming, why are staff recommending this option today?
So through the chair, I will say that staff's been working with the hospice for a while now, trying to find a suitable site. And unfortunately, to date, nothing else has emerged that I think is viable. And I think this site has a lot of attributes that lends itself well to what the hospice wants to do. And I would just say staff also agree that it's a very important use for our city, which is why we've been putting a fair bit of effort in the past many months trying to find an appropriate location. So our sense it's the right use. As I said, there are other potential future uses that we'd also want to make sure are still left as possibilities for the site. But we were comfortable coming forward with recommendation A saying, yes, we should be finding a space on this property for the hospice. I know they've done some work already. They've shared it with the public in terms of what that might look like. I think we're generally in agreement with that in terms of the general location on the site. We just want to have some further opportunity to sit down with them and fine tune that a little bit before we come back with council around what the terms of a transaction would look like. And then ultimately kind of which demarcated area of the site is allocated to the hospice.
Okay, thank you. Counselor? All good then?
If I have time, I'll make comments, but I was thinking I was at the end of my questions.
Okay. Well, you only had 42 seconds left, so, okay. Up now is Councillor Clark, and on deck is Councillor McMeekin. So Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. So item A of the recommendation, what it really says is that we approve of using a portion of the city-owned property at 41 South Street for the creation of the hospice. So we're not approving the site plan today. We're just saying, yeah, that's a good idea.
GM Thorne?
Through the chair, that's correct. So which portion, where it is, those sorts of things would still have to be worked out. But yes, the approval is that a portion of it would go towards the hospice. Again, subject to also then the all of the requisite agreements around a sale or a lease or whatever those might be. All of that would have to come back to council for your approval.
Thank you. Now, I understand that we generally don't do public consultations on site plans, but I believe the past practice has been that the ward councillor can be involved directly with the site plan discussions, approvals, all of that type of thing. So will Councillor Alex Wilson have that opportunity?
To GM Thorne first.
Yes, through the chair. So two things as the planner. When I say site plan, I'm talking about the formal site plan approval process, which is initiated by the developer in the future. In this case, ultimately, that would be the hospice. That's what I was talking about is deferred to staff, but the councillor's correct. There have been situations where councillors will hold an open house or something like that around a site plan approval application. In terms of what's before you today around doing this site design, just to see where on the property it would be located. We don't have a consultation process built into the staff recommendation. I do know the ward councillor has an amendment that he was going to propose to have some consultation at this front end before the any sort of sale or lease of the property happens.
Thank you, Councillor.
So to paraphrase, the site plan is delegated authority to the GM Thorne.
Through the chair to the chief planner.
The chief planner. And what I do not see in the recommendation is where it would indicate clearly that the ward councillor will be involved in that site plan.
GM Thorne?
So through the chair, that's correct. That may be something that when we come back in Q2 to confirm that a transaction is actually going to proceed and under what terms. Following upon that, then Bob Kemp, the hospice as the developer, would then have to go through the development process, which includes site plan approval. So if there's a desire at that time, there could be some direction given in terms of community consultation around that development approval process.
And I appreciate that. I listened very carefully to my colleague across the way. I believe he wants a public information session or two, and he wants to demonstrate to the residents who may be misguided, maybe misunderstood or misinformed, more likely is what generally happens in these situations, so that the public can be fully informed about this process. Can that not be built in here so his residents know that that is coming?
General Manager?
So through the chair, yes, and I understand that may be an amendment that the councillor is intending to put forward.
And so I would suggest that my esteemed colleague across the way also consider adding a line about you being involved within the site plan process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Up now is Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I've absolute confidence in my local councillor moving this forward appropriately. He and I both live in Dundas and have been subject to some considerable identification of issues. It's good to hear that we don't have to hire 007 to go out and smoke out a nefarious secret plan or anything like that. That the councillor has asked some good questions and, as usual, has received some good answers. And I appreciate that and look forward to supporting the councillor's motion, which will clearly involve citizens having the opportunity to share their views and concerns to make sure that before anything happens, whatever concerns and such can be mitigated. That's good. that's good, and I think the process this morning is good in terms of getting the clarity that the good folks in Dundas are seeking. And as I say, I'm confident that Councillor Alex Wilson will do a splendid job in terms of making himself available to the citizens and listening to their concerns. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. And seeing no other first-time speakers, I'll move to Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just a quick couple comments from me, and then seeing no one else is on the speakers list, I'll move the amendment. But just a couple of quick comments. I really appreciate the words from folks in the room, specifically. Again, I want to say I don't think it's residents who are necessarily miss or maybe have different information. It's we have a process that does not allow for public participation and does not necessitate public participation. And so, you know, when running in the campaign, it's a chance to talk about how you'd like to do things if you could do things differently. And with these lands, we had a bit of a conversation with folks about the idea of pausing the past direction given by the past council, coming up with a community conversation about best need for these sites, things like that. As a new council, before we got a chance to do that, this application came in and there was no reason to say, no, we're going to pause this process, we're going to do something new, when it was kind of coming within the existing framework and the existing staff direction. So I think that's just a piece of timing that I want to say is really open to coming up with a different way about how we develop public lands. We just had a conversation about acquiring public lands along the LRT for municipal purposes. We just keep responding to files until we deal with that kind of proactive strategy piece. And so this is a file that inherited from since 2017. There's been work ongoing, and so we also have a due diligence coming to this table to carry on past work as well that's been going on. So I would really, really welcome a better process, one that doesn't have on Wednesday of a week before a report coming out and then residents hearing about it from the local reporter and the question being framed as, oh, were you told that this was happening? So then the whole conversation now becomes like, oh, why didn't I know, as opposed to what's actually being talked about. And so this is a cycle we put ourselves in when this is our process. And so as we think about our council priorities, we think about how we want to build that trust with folks, we want to work together, happy to be a part of that process and really, really just receptive, because at an individual level, at our file level, there's always been a willingness from staff and planning and real estate to have those conversations, to explore what those look like. The hospice team took on 2 consultations in January when we put that motion forward and said, hey, let's do some due diligence. That was a council moved motion to add in those public consultations. And so really appreciative that the proponent took those on at their own cost and expense to a limited area, just so we had some data. And so, yeah, we're working within a process. We're also trying to change that process as we're doing it. I agree that as we keep moving forward, I think better is always possible, and that continuous improvement piece is there. I do have a motion in the spirit of continuous improvement for today, but just wanted to kind of say that bigger picture piece. Really, this is my first time speaking on this file specifically and putting in a direction. I am supportive of the recommendation in front of us. Done some past work in the pediatric hospice sector and just know, not just local in Hamilton, but across the region, there's a deep value here. But I've also been wanting to balance maybe that value with, is this the right site, and what are community members saying? And I think what we've heard from staff, what overwhelmingly have heard from over hundreds of residents who've reached out over email, who have attended public meetings, who have attended those meetings that did occur by the proponent, and who have reached out over email and phone, are very, very supportive. I think a lot of the negative feedback came in the past 3 days where folks were worried about the timeline and the miscommunication. And again, it wasn't subject to the site or this proposal. It was subject to some of those additional municipal uses was the concern we were hearing. And I think we've clarified what that was today. So I'm really happy to move that. And I believe the clerk is going to help me move up the change language. Thank you. And so this is just adding a clause B, which would allow for staff consultations, so that the City of Hamilton staff work with the Ward Councillor's office to host 2 public consultations, one in the fall of 2023 and the second in 2024, prior to that staff report coming back. So basically one at the beginning of this process to say, hey, what are some of the concerns, or what are some of these things we want to talk about? And then one closer to the end of this process to say, hey, here's how our concerns have been incorporated in, or get a chance of a report back, and folks can kind of weigh in to see if at the first one, you know, what's changed between those two. And then the other change is just that in the report back motion, which was D and is now E, that we just include the results of those public consultations in that forthcoming report. So what it'll functionally look like, we'll have another appendix when this comes back to us, and it'll detail the results of those public consultations.
Thank you for that. Do you have a seconder?
I believe both Councillor McMeekin and Jackson are interested in seconding, and so.
Oh, Councillor McMeekin then. Thought there was going to be an all-out brawl happening about that, but. All right, committee, we have the amendment in front of you. May I have a vote, please? We don't have the infrastructure, Councillor Clark. And that carries 13-0. Now on the actual discussion item as amended, we currently have Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Ted McMeekin as mover and seconder. Is that still okay? And may I have the vote, please? Councillor Danko, I think you're getting the side eye right now. And that carries 13-0. Thank you, congratulations. We are looking forward to seeing what this partnership is going to look like. So let's move on to 10.2, Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund Intake 3. May I have a mover and a seconder to put 10.2 on the floor, please? Councillor Danko, Councillor Kassar. Is there any discussion on this item? Councillor M. Wilson, please.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate this. Before I begin, I have 3 questions for GM Can. Of note, in Upper New York State, on one day, 10 inches of rain fell, wiped out an entire highway. That's more rain than they receive all season. Speaking of disasters, thank you very much for this report. My 3 questions are just seeking clarification on 3 items. The page 4 of the report references that in 2021 we applied for $41 million, I believe, but we were not successful. Question on methodology. When we are not successful in a funding application, do we do a follow-up, almost like an exit interview, to help us maybe in preparation for the next time of what caused that outcome? Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMullen, please.
Yeah, so through the chair, Brian McMullen, Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy in the Corporate Services Department. So yes, once we were not successful in the last application, we ended up meeting with the federal staff to find out where we specifically missed the mark, whether it was related to eligibility criteria or specific merit. So yes, we did meet with them. And on this process, internally, this program was announced back in January. So we've had a series of meetings amongst staff to ensure that whatever projects we're able to put forward are going to best meet the criteria of the program.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. On that theme then, if I could have some assistance in making sure I understand, I think it is, beg your pardon, Appendix B. In reading the description in Appendix B, if you could educate me, when I read that description quickly, it seems to state that the proposed projects that are included in our application may not meet the qualifications, but we're going to include them regardless. Am I misinterpreting that through the chair?
So through the chair, we're going to refer that question to Mark Bainbridge, who's on the line.
Mark, wonderful. Mark, on to you, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mark Bainbridge, Director of Planning and Capital. To the councillor, thanks for the question. I think you're referring to potentially items 1 and 2. We did have discussions with our counterparts on the program referring to the environmental assessment context for that work. So those items are EA work only. They don't represent capital expenditures. And that's where we've made the qualification to suggest that we've done some preliminary reach out, and we're applying an environmental assessment project to the DMAF program in this particular case. The downstream capital would not be known until the EA is completed. If that's getting at your question, I hope that answers it. If not, you can let me know if I need to provide more there.
Councillor?
Thank you. So just for my colleagues or members of the public that are following along, I'll read the sentence that I'm referring to. Despite this project bundle not being directly aligned with these criteria at this time, Hamilton Water believes that it is worth submitting because of known capital project outcomes. City of Hamilton needs awareness for federal funding and responsibility to seek out alternative funding sources for city needs. So if I've understood Director Bainbridge correctly, Chair, could you just, sorry, Mr. Bainbridge, could you summarize that response one more time just to make sure I understand it? Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Through the chair, the environmental assessment is expected to produce capital works as a result of recommendations through the EA process. We do need to go through that EA process first, and those recommendations will likely align exactly with what we expect the DMAF is looking for to mitigate essentially flooding risks within the city.
Okay, thank you. Got it. One final question I have is on page 3 of the report under financial. It states that all the proposed projects in Appendix A are currently in the city's 10-year rate capital forecast, with one project that is partially funded. And I wasn't able to discern, Chair, which the identity of that one project. Through the chair.
Director Bainbridge, do you have that answer?
Yes, I do. Through the chair, project identified as number 4, the Lower Davis Creek, which is the smallest, second smallest. It is funded to the tune of $460,000 out of the 1.8 million almost estimate for that work. So the remainder is unfunded at the time in the current budget.
Okay, thank you. Councillor?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this. Being a little parochial, there is a project referenced. It's in Ward 1. It is the Churchill Park Community Flood Mitigation. It's Churchill Park, the Westdale North neighborhood, has regretfully had 2 significant floods in the last 10 years. The road infrastructure itself is shot, but the subsurface infrastructure is in great need of enhancement. So I'm hoping this will help and move in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I recognize Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. And my question will likely be for Mr. Bainbridge. Have we reached out to or had any conversations with Infrastructure Canada about what we are proposing to do, which is apply their funding to an EA process, which will ultimately result in significant capital work down the road?
Director Bainbridge?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, Councillor, we did explore that at a high level concept. So there is an approvals process that will have to take place to provide the formal response, but we did get signals that we should submit that.
Okay. Councillor?
And so to be clear, Infrastructure Canada didn't say, "Oh, Mark, no, don't go there." They were okay with the approach?
Director?
Correct. Yes, through the chair, correct.
Excellent. My next question, Chair, would be about the separation of the combined sewer, which is obviously a large portion of the bundle. I've had ongoing concerns about challenges with the capacity at the Woodward Sewer Treatment Plant. It's great that we've got tertiary treatment, which will improve our effluent, but the challenge is during a heavy rain event, all that water's headed down to Woodward Avenue. And so will the separation of the sewers, so in essence taking combined sewers and separating them to stormwater and one to sanitary, will that increase capacity or help us with that capacity issue down at Woodward Sewer Treatment Plant?
Director?
Through the chair, sewer separation, Councillor, will take precipitation and take it out of the system and discharge it to natural water courses through new outfall locations. So by default, success on a separation program will offload the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant.
Councillor?
And I'd like to make this point that this is very important when we're talking about a significant increase in development in Hamilton. And if we are not prepared at the other end, then we have some challenges. So this will help, in my opinion, mitigate the impacts of future capacity needs as a result of brand new development. So I think this is a good idea, Mr. Bainbridge. Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing that there are no other speakers, may I have an electronic vote, please? And that carries 15-0. Thank you. We are at 10.3, but we have deferred 10.3. No, we have not deferred at 10. I thought we did.
So through the Deputy Mayor, my apologies, we approved the changes to the agenda as presented, but we can defer consideration now until after closed session.
Okay. You would like to move that? Councillor Crutch would like to move that deferral for until after closed session. May I have a seconder? Councillor Cassar, please. May I have a vote? Committee, I understand we are at 12:06 right now, and I'm just waiting for the carried. Thank you. It's 15-0. Committee, we are at 10.4 currently, and it's at 12:06. Is committee okay if we continue through with 10.4 plus 10.5? And then we'll break for lunch? Okay, wonderful. 10.4 then, Business Improvement Area, BIA Subcommittee Report. May I have a mover and a seconder to put 10.4 on the floor, please? Councillor Pauls, Councillor Crutch. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, may I have a vote, please? And that carries 15-0. Thank you. Moving on to 10.5, which is the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities, ACPD report. May I have a mover and a seconder to place 10.5 on the floor, please? Councillor Taddison and Councillor Francis. Any discussion on this report? Councillor Crutch.
I probably should have asked this question 100 years ago, but I'll ask it now. So when we see subcommittee reports coming forward with recommendations from subcommittees, what we see is minutes, and then the recommendations are in the minutes. But then we don't get a report really from staff about the impacts of those recommendations. But that's what I'm seeing here in the subcommittee report. Is there's recommendations in the report. I harken back to a comment Councillor Clark made 2 years ago when he was saying, hey, isn't this how we approve advisory committee minutes? We just look at the motions in the advisory committee minutes and we're like, cool. And then people are like, no, we need a citizen committee report for that. This isn't that, because this is not an advisory committee, it's a subcommittee. So I'm just distinguishing that fact. When it's a subcommittee, there sometimes is value, there would be a lot of value for me, for instance, in seeing staff write a report on these recommendations and bring it forward so we understood what the context is, what their recommendation is vis-a-vis what ACPD is saying, instead of sitting here now live in the moment trying to discern that information or trying to meet with them privately to discern that information. So I know it's not part of our process, but I wanted to flag that as these subcommittee reports are, especially in a subcommittee like this called an advisory committee, just to be frank, it's a bit strange, then that we have some input from staff before we make decisions. Is that a possibility? Am I misunderstanding the process? Help me out here.
Is there a question that you wanted to divert to?
My question is if I'm understanding the process correctly, like is this what we normally do with subcommittee reports? We just kind of have the recommendations in the report. I'm not asking for direction today. I'm just asking for clarification so I can come back at a later date and ask for some, but I don't think I know enough. So my question is open-endedly, hopefully answerable.
I see Clerk McRae.
So through the Deputy Mayor, subcommittee meetings are in the committee calendar, so should committee members wish to attend those subcommittees, reports are posted online, just like standing committees. Reports come to subcommittees, as we know, and motions can come forward just like they do at standing committees. If staff had to write a report on every subcommittee report coming forward, it would be, I think it would probably be a lot to their workload. This is the way it's always been. If committee wishes to change that, I mean, that's something we could certainly look into, or you could provide a motion on that.
Okay. Councillor Crutch, please.
That's helpful. So though also we could refer some items in that are recommendations to staff to report back on, which is also normal activity. So if there were things about which we wanted more information before we made a decision, we could refer those specific items to staff.
So through the Deputy Mayor, absolutely. The subcommittee reports come to the standing committee, but it's in the hands of the standing committee if they do not approve the recommendations or if they want more information on them. That is absolutely something they could request, and we could do a motion on that.
Thanks. I have many ideas going on in here. I'll save those for later, and I appreciate your time.
I also thought I saw City Manager Smith wanted to speak up.
Through the chair, just to tag on to what our Angela McRae mentioned is, one of the issues with staff doing a report ahead of time is we're not even sure council's interested in going there. So I think it is helpful if it comes to council and if it's something that council thinks, yeah, that's something we'd like to pursue, but we'd like to understand the implications, then yes, a referral back to staff to bring a report back to the whatever the relevant standing committee is would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Are you finished with your line of questioning? Councillor? Wonderful. I'd like to call upon Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you. Specific to item 2, which has a number of governance recommendations, just so I'm clear on what's before us right now, is this is being approved by this committee to refer item 2 to the governance subcommittee with a report back. So there will be a report back by staff on specifically what's in item 2.
Yes. City Manager Smith is nodding, same with Clerk McRae, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor, do you have any other questions? No? Okay. Councillor Clark, please.
So I'm a little confused. Recommendation, when we have recommendations that are coming from this report, or any of these advisory committees, the GIC can receive those reports or they can refer it to an appropriate body. So when we're talking about this governance referral recommends that staff be directed to report back to the governance, we have not directed that. This is the committee that has directed that, and GIC and council has not ratified that. So then we would need motions on any of these items in here to refer them to staff with a report back if you wish to proceed, which was Councillor Crutch's original suggestion, correct?
Clerk McRae.
So through the Deputy Mayor, the direction specifically on item 2 is that that goes to governance, so you would not need any further direction should committee wish to proceed with that. You would just approve the recommendations as presented.
How does the advisory committee refer something to governance?
Through the Deputy Mayor, it's a subcommittee. It's not an It is an advisory committee, but it's classified as a subcommittee.
Which is Councillor Crutch's original point. Okay, but we need to make it clear to the folks that are on this committee that this is the process. So on item 2 then, it's automatically happening. We don't have to do anything. And the other items, do we have to, they're just being received?
So through the Deputy Mayor, all of the action items are to be approved by committee, by General Issues Committee, should committee wish to approve them. So, sorry, let me get to that point. So there are strategic planning working group plan. So General Issues Committee would be approving that appendix. Item 2 is the report back to governance. Item 3 is approving an attendance at the National Conference on Ending Homelessness, and with some money to be set aside for that. Item 4, approval of media and website for advisory committee for persons with disability Ability First event, so it's approving that. And then a donation in memory of Tom Manzuk as well.
Thank you very much. That clarifies it.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers. Okay. We have a mover and a seconder. May I have the vote, please? Councillor McMeekin? And that carries 15-0. Thank you all. Committee, we are at 12:15, so is everyone okay if we take a break? May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Crutch, Councillor Taddison, please, and the vote to take a break until 12:45. That carries. Thank you all. See you at 12:45, please. To get started. Oh, thank you. All right, so we're just going to get started. We are on to 10.6, the update on strategic land acquisition plan along the Hamilton LRT corridor. May I have a mover and a seconder to put item 10.6 on the floor, please? Councillor Beatty, Councillor Kassar. Is there any discussion on this item? Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I'll try not to be spicy left over from lunch. Give me one quick second as the doc is still loading on my end. I apologize. So I did have a few questions and will be letting my colleagues know that perhaps at a later date, I'll be moving a more thorough motion with directions to staff, but I did want to get a sense through you, from staff about the methodologies that we're using to be able to better articulate growth projection needs of population, how we're assessing that, and how that is informing the work of this direction as it exists right now.
Thank you, Councillor. General Manager Thorne, please.
Yes, through the chair. So what we looked at and the way we typically tackle an exercise like this is we go through an internal review process with all of the different city service areas to identify whether they've identified any particular needs for facilities in that area. Those service areas are typically guided in their review by whatever they're currently approved. Sometimes it's called a master plan or strategic plan or asset management plan or whatever it may be. And then based on that, they would advise us as to whether, based on their current forecasted needs, there is any need along that corridor for a property. I would note that that exercise was done over the past few months, which coincides with actually the time period when those master plans are actually, in many cases, being updated. We did provide our most recent update to council a month or two ago. And those master plans are being updated now as part of the development charges background study to go out to a 2041, in some cases 2051 population forecast. And then typically those master plans get reviewed usually every 5 years, some of them are every 10 years. So that could change then as those master plans some of those get finalized and updated in the coming months, but based on what they have identified as their needs as of today, that's what the findings in this report are based on.
Okay, thank you. And did that include child services or the need for childcare based on some of those early projections?
Through the chair, Leah's sitting up there behind me. I'm going to ask if that was specifically one of them.
Yes, that was one of the groups we met with in our preliminary consultations back in summer of last year.
In the summer of last year, thank you, through you. And it was identified that we don't need any more childcare spaces along the entire LRT corridor because the need expressed in the community would say otherwise.
So through the chair, the direction of the motion spoke more to the acquisition and disposition of lands. It was identified by our children's services as well as public health and various community service groups that they would anticipate likely in the long-term future they might see a need along the corridor, but they would be more in a position to pursue an occupancy through lease and less so through acquisition of property. So we've decided to keep them in the loop throughout the work that was involved with the working group to identify potential coexisting of municipal services, but at this time they are not in the position to be acquiring property.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful clarification through you, Chair. In terms of occupancy versus strategic co-location, and hearing very clearly, GM Thorne, that the projections for 2040, 2051 are yet to be articulated. How do you see that informing this discussion as it relates to this report?
Yeah, so through the chair, that's what we note in the report, that this is just an ongoing thing. It's not like this review and exercise has a definitive end date. It's something we'd be looking at ongoing. And those updated master plans and strategies would be based on updated growth forecasts that the planning division actually provides to all the different service areas. They do an allocation of that growth, a predicted allocation of that growth by what's called traffic zone. And so that would anticipate future growth on the LRT corridor as well as everywhere else. So that's the work some of those service areas will be doing right now, is to see if there are any updated needs based on those updated growth forecasts. And if those do identify updated needs, those would come forward to council as part of their master plan and strategies. And then that would feed back into the ongoing review that real estate would be doing for property needs.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. In terms of our current needs as it relates to health services, we've heard very clearly as a council table about the need for supportive services as it relates to different populations around affordable housing. How has that been integrated in at this current present state?
So through the chair, I'll start with the housing part, and then I'll ask Leah to weigh in on some of the health and supportive services. I think one of the key conclusions of the report is, yes, housing was far and away the number one thing that came forward to say where there are opportunities to acquire property to support affordable housing. That is definitely a need. We heard that both through the internal review and also, as well as the external conversations. What we were not able to get through that, at least not to date, was from a housing standpoint, specifics around, okay, are we talking about high-rise, mid-rise, ground-related, seniors-oriented? From a property standpoint, we didn't get a lot of specificity around exactly a preferred location or portion of the corridor, the preferred type of parcel size. So I think just the thinking around some of the housing providers isn't necessarily that fine-grained enough to say, I need precisely a quarter acre on this block that has rear lane access kinds of things. We don't have that level of specificity. It was just identified as a very strong general need across the corridor. So on that basis, we don't have kind of specific types of properties we'd be looking for, other than that are of a size that would be able to carry a development. So that's on the housing side, and I would say that's, to me, one of the key conclusions here as to where we're at this point in time, is that really has floated to the top of the needs. Now, in respect to sort of some of the health and services and supports, I'll ask Leah what sort of the feedback was and who was engaged on that particular part of the question.
Thank you. So through the chair, similar answer to the children's services question. The health services groups were consulted early on in the process, but they were not in a position at this time to identify the needs that they would expect in the future.
Councillor? Thank you. And so if you could, through you, Chair, General Manager Thorne, just clarify how the city is determining the need for affordable, geared to income and rental housing along the corridor. What's the next steps here? Or do you need further direction from committee today in terms of being able to engage? The report references that the Hamilton is Home Coalition was engaged, but it doesn't itemize the needs or ideas that they have been expressing otherwise to council.
Yes, through the chair. And so I would say probably it would be helpful to get some specific direction along a next more focused phase of work specific on housing. I would say that would be helpful direction to get if that's the next step. I would say it's a logical next step based on what we found through this initial review. We would, if that is the direction, then we would re-engage with Hamilton is Home. My sense from the conversations with them, as well as our own internal housing providers, is it's going to be there's a bit of a chicken and egg thing. So I think there's a desire to say, okay, first show us what is potentially available that those housing providers could react to, as opposed to going to the housing providers and tell me specifically what type of parcel do you need, and have us then try to find that. So I think the approach would be more of an end-to-end, second sort of sweep through the corridor to identify what those parcels are, to say, okay, just generally what could support housing, and then bring those forward to some of the housing providers. I think would be more productive, as I said, than trying to kind of narrow it down at the outset. And yes, if that is the desire of council, like I said, I think it's a pretty logical outcome of this work that was done, and we would happily take that as direction.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Chair, I've struggled a little bit after receiving the report and reading it, and reviewing it, and getting questions to staff. So I appreciate a little bit of time between today's meeting and perhaps the LRT subcommittee to table a motion with clarity around the directions. But I did want to just let my colleagues know around the table. I sent an email accordingly, but in the initial intention of the motion last term, it was to have a fulsome collaborative conversation between all levels of government to look at strategic land acquisition that would deliver affordable housing, specifically to help address the needs in our community of the crisis that we're facing, as well as to deliver the appropriate municipal services along the LRT that could correspond with the increased population and density along the corridor as well. And to be strategic, which is in our housing strategy investment roadmap, in terms of acquisition, not only for City Housing Hamilton and the City of Hamilton, but also with our not-for-profit social housing service providers, to work strategically in land banking as a tool in order to achieve the things that are collectively going to enable a thriving, sustainable community along the corridor, and also for future nodes as we build out our transit corridors. So I'll come back a second time with potential direction for today, as well as some clarity around potential direction for another meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So you'll be put on as a second time speaker then? Right now it's Councillor Clark, and then on deck is Councillor M. Wilson. So Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, because I'm trying to understand where we stand on this 13-kilometer linear property that we're talking about realistically. So through you to Mr. Thorne, do we have an idea of all the different zoning, all the different secondary plans, all the different official plans that happen to be abutting this 13-kilometer long corridor?
GM Thorne?
Through the chair, we do, and the zoning was recently updated. We did our transit-oriented corridor zoning, what we call our TOC or TOC zoning, a few years back, and that was primarily to eliminate some sort of car-oriented uses, I would say, that used to exist, service stations, those sorts of things, and raise some of the minimum height requirements to be more transit supportive. That also included rezoning around where the station stops ultimately will be. Although for the station stops, we have a next phase of work which is happening now, which is what we call our major transit station area plans. So basically, we'd be looking at every station. We had started that work before the project was canceled, and we've now picked up that work again. For each station, looking at a approximately 800-meter probably radius around the platform, and looking specifically station by station whether or not we want to have any additional density permissions, use permissions in those locations. That's actually a requirement to do that in provincial policy. It's also a required input for our inclusionary zoning framework. So all of that is happening right now for each of the station locations.
Councillor?
So the stations themselves, the land where the stations are going to be, I'm assuming they were expropriated by the provincial government for the LRT?
GM Thorne?
So through the chair, so different from like a crosstown or a subway, because the stations are at grade and within the corridor right of way. The stations themselves aren't kind of integrated with development, but typically where the platforms are, because they need a little bit more width to accommodate a platform, those tended to be the locations where some additional property take was required, where Metrolinx has been required to do some additional property take. In some cases, they were able to do that by just taking a few meters off of an adjacent parcel. But yes, in some cases, they've had to take a full property in order to accommodate the widening of the corridor for the platform. So the station itself would not be on that, I'll say, formerly private property. The station is within the corridor, but in order to accommodate the width, yes, in some cases they've had to acquire, I'd say that's one of the main areas where they've had to require larger parcels, is at the station stops.
Councillor?
And so how many properties are now owned by Metrolinx along that line?
GM?
So through the chair, I don't have that number, and I think Director Abdul Sheikh may still be on the WebEx. I don't know if he's got the latest update in terms of property numbers. There he is.
Director Sheikh?
Through the chair, this is Abdul Sheikh, Director, Hamilton LRT project. I believe it's about, they have identified 90 plus properties. So far, Metrolinx has acquired 60 plus properties. That's what I understand.
1616 or 60?
60, 60.
60.
Yeah.
Okay, and so when the feds came in and said that they were going to contribute a specific amount of money to this project, I believe it was Minister Philomena Tassi that indicated that affordable housing was a priority in exchange for that money. So do we have anything written in an agreement with Metrolinx and the feds with regards to turning the lands that have been purchased by Metrolinx into geared to income or affordable housing?
So through the chair, we don't have anything direct with the feds. With respect to the province, it is identified in our MOU that is one of the priorities to come out of the project. That has not translated yet into sort of a mechanism for achieving that, so that we don't have a commitment yet as to whether that would be achieved through dedicating properties to the city or dedicating properties to housing providers, or putting covenants on title requirements that when they do go to market that they must include X percentage of affordable units above and beyond what we're going to require through inclusionary zoning. So we don't yet know what mechanism the province intends to use to achieve that commitment. We have asked a number of times, but we don't yet have clarity in terms of what that will look like.
Okay. Councillor?
I'm apprehensive that we will have the province designate certain properties for geared to income housing. All I have heard is the highest and best use is what Metrolinx has been instructed to do. And so I'm nervous that as we are having these discussions about this 13-kilometer long property, that developers who are already consolidating lands in the hopes of building what they want, that's going to happen, and we're going to be stuck with no land to use for geared to income housing. So would it not be appropriate for the municipality to clearly, not vaguely, clearly indicate property A, property B, property C, along this route, we want for geared to income housing? We know what Metrolinx owns. We know what they have expropriated. We know what they need for the train. The rest of it is land available. I'm nervous that if we sit back and do nothing and wait for Metrolinx, we may not get anything. Can I just get a comment from staff on how we can be more proactive to ensure that our hope, our goal of a certain percentage of geared to income housing comes true?
Thank you. Councillor GM Thorne.
Through the chair, yes, that would be helpful, and if that's the direction that council wants to send us in to sort of do that work, then we would do that work. I would note that it's not totally known yet what all of the property acquisitions will be. As Abdul mentioned, we know what some of them are because they've already taken place, but they're still going through that process. So it might be a question of doing something like that once now and once again, once we have final knowledge of what all of the full property impacts of the LRT are. But yes, I think that would be a helpful and welcome direction.
Councillor?
Thank you for that. I appreciate your candor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to our next speaker is Councillor M. Wilson, please.
Thank you. I think I will have a number of questions, appreciating that there will be a forthcoming motion which will enable us to delve a little bit deeper with our questions. I will keep some of mine until the appropriate time, but I would like to begin just by making sure I'm clear on the decision-making domain. We have this report here, and we have an LRT subcommittee. And who, in your opinion, through the chair to GM Thorne, who is the keeper of these deliberations with respect to matters of housing as coupled with LRT and those sorts of things? Is it to be hosted here, and therefore we inform future motions and policy here, or in your opinion, is it to be housed in the LRT subcommittee as a start? Through the chair.
GM?
So through the chair, it's a good question, and it's a bit of a tricky one, and it's really kind of whatever council prefers. I will say what the current direction is that matters related to LRT that involved agreements and expenditures of dollars, the standing direction going back from several years ago is still that those come to GIC. So as things stand today, unless that direction changes, we could certainly report back on this through LRT subcommittee, but if there were direction to actually spend money, go out and acquire parcels, my understanding of that direction, unless it changes, is that would still have to come to GIC. We could certainly provide the update report through LRT subcommittee. That would be my interpretation of where things stand based on current direction.
Councillor?
Thank you. Just on an unfair question, it's a procedural question though, but further to that, and I didn't mean to spend my time on this, perhaps through the chair to Elsie McCray, kind of similar to the advisory committee on accessibility. If we get a report from the LRT subcommittee, which may bleed over into the expenditures as referenced by GM Thorne, would that not then necessarily come to GIC for its deliberation regardless?
Elsie McCray?
So you want to think about that, and we can get back to it. No problem. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So my understanding of this, and I have a forthcoming question for GM Zagarek, but that transit-oriented redevelopment requires the public sector to share development risks through proactive policies such as helping with land assemblage, financial and tax incentives, targeted supportive infrastructure investments, and regulatory reforms that incentivize compact mixed-use development. Earlier in the summer, I thought you either reported to us or there was a written report about something coming down from you with respect to a new policy to oversee our reserves. And I know my colleague, Councillor Wilson, has had some questions to you further on the practice of green bonds. What will be the role of finance in informing these opportunities and those policies forthwith?
GM Zagarek?
Through the chair, I would expect finance would review each of the possible acquisitions and the purpose of the acquisitions. The importance of the purpose of the acquisitions is that municipalities are limited in terms of how it uses various finance tools for land acquisition. So for instance, debt can only be issued for land acquisition if it is for a municipal facility, a municipal asset. And as well as it relates to some of the recent changes under Bill 23, land is no longer an eligible cost for determining of development charges for growth-related projects. And so with respect to each potential acquisition, it'll be important for finance to understand what the end purpose of that parcel is for, and in determining what the appropriate financing tool.
Okay. Councillor?
I have two further questions, Chair, that are specific to the report, just so I'm kind of understanding the essence of it. The first is in reference to a paragraph or a sentence rather that's set out on page 3 of the report. It's already been referenced, but it says, with an emphasis of the importance of designating lands for affordable housing, the strategic land disposition and/or acquisition plan will work alongside the exploration of inclusionary zoning. So when I read that sentence, am I correct, therefore, in interpreting that there is a plan forthcoming that will guide disposition and acquisition, and that this report is sort of just an update on the participants internally of that activity. I'm just looking for an understanding of that sentence. And a subsequent question is the reference to inclusionary zoning, which I'm trusting is not going to be our definition of affordable housing, but the relationship between those two activities and how that market study that was out and how that is going to be informing the aforementioned plan. Through the chair.
Yeah,
so through the chair, pending what direction may come of this meeting, then I would expect we'd be doing what I described earlier, an exercise looking at where potential property already acquired or potential acquisitions would support affordable housing. I think what this is getting at is that, frankly, regardless of whether it's a city acquires the property or not, within those major transit station areas, council's already indicated that it's the intent to do an inclusionary zoning framework at those transit station areas. We've been going through all the steps, and there's a lot of steps under provincial regulation that you've got to go through before you can put in place inclusionary zoning. So we've had a few of those reports to Planning Committee. We have some of those items, the key items are out for consultation now, and we're looking to report back at the end of the year with that inclusionary zoning framework. So I think what that sentence is suggesting is potentially looking at those as complementary tools. So at a major transit station area, yes, acquisition is one strategy for achieving affordable housing, but unique to those transit station areas is that inclusionary zoning is also a tool that we can apply. And we can apply that to any development at those station areas, and we can apply it differentially if it's actually a city-acquired property that's being put out to market.
Thank you, GM. Councillor, 40 seconds left.
Thank you. My question is the paragraph that follows, just so I understand it, GM Thorne, through the chair, or to Mr. Kessler. It reads, through an ongoing engagement with Hamilton is Home and its members, the project team was able to gain an increased understanding of the social housing spectrum and the current, future, and proposed affordable housing projects within the corridor. Are you able to unpack that further, Mr. Kessler, about the proposed and current plans? Like, do we know how many there are that you heard of? Do you have a report that could specify the numbers or anything to that extent? Thank you, through the chair.
Okay.
So through the chair, part of our dialogue has been around looking at what properties are owned by Hamilton is Home Coalition and other, let's call it social housing providers or assisted housing providers, along with city-owned lands and things of that nature. So we certainly have an inventory of the nature of the projects that are coming forward or have been proposed. I think some of that has recently actually been published in, or at least articulated in a general sense in the media in the last little while. So certainly Hamilton is Home have identified some of the projects that they're working on, what kind of land ownership they have in the area that we're trying to corroborate and review with respect to what kind of opportunities there might be out there for whether it's land acquisition and doing some kind of partnership projects or just how we work together in terms of moving the agenda forward with regards to identifying particular affordable housing opportunities or potential projects or initiatives. So do I have a particular report or an analysis that I can unpack for you here? We do not have that at this point in time, but it is an ongoing dialogue and an ongoing effort between us.
Thank you. Councillor, would you like to be put on the list for a second time then? No. Okay, thank you. I recognize Councillor Ted McMeekin, please.
Very briefly, Madam Deputy Mayor, I want to just take a second to affirm what I think Councillor Clark was getting at around trying to flush out some specific indications of properties and such. And the thought occurred to me, and I think he was onto this as well, that we need to be communicating, best time to communicate, to quote Carl, maybe 10 years ago, the second best times now, to communicate to the provincial government our very clear understanding that the two senior levels of government made a firm commitment to purpose-built housing along the transit corridor. We want to, in the context of linking in Metrolinx, to at least let the government understand that we know that that was something that they committed to, and draw to their attention specifically what Councillor Clark, I think, was getting at around identifying the lands clearly in concert with what GM Zakaric said about the only time we can get into investing money is when it's clearly identifiable with a Hamilton-owned capital project. So thank you, Councillor Clark, for that, and whatever follow-up is necessary, I'm sure the bench is on top of that.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Are we ready to go to Councillor Nan at all? Okay. All right, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So there's two things that I've heard from the discussion today. One is around the priority that is clearly bubbled to the top, being affordable housing. That there may be some subsequent work that needs to happen related to municipal service planning based on population projections and forecasting that's to be rooted within the master plans and the DC report coming forward. So I'll pause on the second portion because I need time to articulate that. But in terms of the first portion, that staff be directed, and I think Elsie McCray has the language that we can put up on the screen, that staff in the Housing Secretariat, the Corporate Real Estate Office, and the LRT, city's LRT office review known and anticipated Metrolinx acquired properties on the LRT corridor, as well as any city-owned properties, and identify potential prospects for future affordable housing development, including potential for land assembly to support future affordable housing development, and in consultation with the Hamilton is Home Coalition. And B, that staff in the city's LRT office meet with the Hamilton Community Benefits Network to identify any specific or general land needs that could advance or implement some of the community priorities that have been identified through CBN's engagement efforts, as were referenced by the delegate today. And the last question I would have is, where does this report come back to? So there was some questioning from Councillor Maureen Wilson about whether it needs to come to the LRT subcommittee or if it should be coming back to the General Issues Committee. So I'll turn to, through you, to staff for direction there.
Okay. GM Thorne.
So through the chair, again, it really is up to council for B in particular. I think that one is most suitable to the LRT subcommittee because that is work that's sort of tied into some of the design work that we're doing on the corridor. Happy to bring A there as well.
Okay.
I would just note that, as I said earlier, unless the direction changes, an actual direction for an acquisition would have to get done through GIC.
Okay.
Okay, so then the C would be that staff report back to the LRT subcommittee on A and B. Okay, Elsie McCray, through you. And then one final piece there, Elsie McCray, through you, was staff had mentioned that they were going to go back to engaging with the Hamilton is Home Coalition. Is that needed in A as direction?
So through the chair, it's not needed. It's ongoing dialogue that we have. It's not like we stopped. So we will continue to do that. It doesn't harm it to put it in, but it's acknowledged that that's part of our work program.
All right, wonderful. I'd also like to recognize GM Burden too. I think that she had her hand up.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities, through the chair to the committee. I wanted to add on to what Ray had mentioned earlier, that as part of the work that the roadmap or the Secretariat is doing with the roadmap, those efforts with real estate and other divisions in the corporation have been underway. And if I want to be careful that I'm not saying that this is an exhaustive list, but preliminary data from Hamilton is Home has suggested that within 500 meters of the A or B line, there are currently 12 projects that Hamilton is Home proponents have underway at some phase in development, totaling about 960 units. The team has had further discussions that suggest that maybe 500 meters is a bit too limiting, because research would suggest that 800 meters would be walkable. And so that inventory can expand. And I would completely agree with GM Thorne and Ray that this work is already underway and was further reinforced as part of the roadmap. And just, I guess, as one last note, mentioning that development and acquisition capacity has been identified as an area where we really need to focus as a city, and enabling divisions to have the capacity to do this work in a fulsome and robust way. And all of that is underway, and there will be an update coming forward as part of the housing roadmap report that comes forward in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, GM Burden. Councillor Nan.
Certainly, through you, Chair, then thank you, GM Burden, for that that additional information. So with the motion as directed currently, as it is directing staff currently, General Manager Burden, am I to understand that this direction then would fit formally within the work that is already underway with the housing roadmap, or is this direction needed to help strengthen direction for the roadmap?
GM Burden.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the councillor. So I would agree with GM Thorne that the direction is welcome and appreciated to strengthen. And I would also add that one of the outstanding business list items that the Secretariat has is to come back to Council as part of the first report to suggest a framework to know which reports would come through the Secretariat and the roadmap and hence to GIC, and which would then remain with standing committees or subcommittees. So I think some of that will also be clarified in that report coming back.
Thank you. Appreciate that, through you, Chair. So I'll leave the direction as it is right now for committee's consideration, with also acknowledging that there are other aspects that were discussed today that I will be following up with in the form of another motion at another time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Councillor Nan, thank you for putting that forward. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Crutch then. Committee, do you need to see that again, or are we okay to vote? Yes, Councillor Danko, you want to see it again? Oh, so you'd like to add something else to it? No. Oh, sorry. No, we're okay? Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I did try to indicate and it didn't work. Anyway, fully supportive of the direction here, but I want to be clear on what we're expecting back as a committee and a council, because I think we already did this. So just so I'm articulating clearly what I'm expecting back in further work, is that we're clearly identifying where affordable housing opportunities are, how much affordable housing can be incorporated. I think we have a term of council priority of a minimum of 10%, that we're including all types of affordable housing, not just city, but also nonprofit partners, also market, that we're specifying in new market development a component of affordable housing. and that we're not just talking about new affordable housing either, that we're also, according to our housing roadmap, that we're talking about retaining existing affordable housing, that it doesn't get priced out of the market, rent evictions and so on, so that it's a comprehensive review of the entire corridor in order to actually implement that goal of affordable housing. So that's my expectation when we get a report back or further action out of this as a comprehensive plan for the corridor. So I just wanted to be clear, because I think for whatever reason, what was moved in the past, maybe it was changed at the last minute, or I'm not sure, but just for clarity of what we're expecting to actually come out of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. GM Thorne?
Yeah, through the chair, and I appreciate the clarity, because there was a couple items there that the council raised that I did not have in my mind as being part of this. So it's good to clarify. So what I would expect to be bringing back as a result of this motion is where the opportunities for housing would be, looking at both properties already acquired by Metrolinx, properties we anticipate they could acquire, properties already owned by the city, and properties that could be assembled. So we'd be looking at where those opportunities are. I would say at a high level what the housing potential is. It'd be a bit premature to drill down into specifically exactly what type of housing, which housing types, but we could give a bit of a sense of like how many units it might yield, that kind of thing. So that would be where the opportunities are. What I did not have in mind as part of that scope is actually looking, if I heard the councillor correctly, at where we might acquire existing housing, existing market housing to protect it within the affordable market. I know that's definitely within the scope of the housing roadmap. That's one of the pieces they were looking at. I did not have that included as part of this specific LRT direction. My preference would be to keep this focused on zeroing in on which provincially owned parcels we think might be appropriate for housing and where we might assemble around them. That would be a very targeted, focused scope of work that I think is much needed. So my preference on this motion would be to focus on that as opposed to getting into the broader question of acquiring other buildings and properties for the purposes of protecting existing supply.
Okay. Councillor?
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine, considering we're talking about specifically the Metrolinx properties. But I think from what we've heard from our community advocates is that is clearly a very important part of the overall conversation. I just don't want it to get lost when we're talking about affordable housing, that it's new, but also maintaining the existing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. GM Thorne, did you want to weigh in at all, or?
Through the chair, maybe just to suggest that I believe Councillor Nan has suggested she's going to be looking at sort of an additional direction, and that's certainly what I'm happy to kind of sit down and explore with her to bring something back. That one's going to take a little bit more thought.
Wonderful. Thank you. Seeing no other speakers. So currently we have on this amendment, or is Council?
Sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, it's just a motion because the report is just to be received, so we wouldn't be amending the report.
Okay. So we still have to vote on the motion though, correct? Okay, so it's Councillor Nan and Councillor Crutch on the motion. May I have a vote, please? And that carries 15-0. Thank you. Now on the actual report and with the motion amended on the report, is that correct?
So through the Deputy Mayor, if committee wishes, they can still vote just to receive the report.
Okay, all right. So I currently have Councillor Beattie and Councillor Cassar on placing the report on the floor. Are you still okay being the mover and the seconder? Wonderful. May I have a vote now to receive the report? Councillor Wilson, you're kind of, yeah. And that carries 15-0. Thank you all. Moving on to the next item is 10.7, Downtown Entertainment District Annual Status Update. May I have a mover and a seconder to put 10.7 on the floor, please? Councillor Taddison and Councillor Jackson. Are there any discussions on this report? Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Huang. Sorry I didn't click the microphone in time. Just through you then to whoever wants to answer this. General Manager Thorne, I'll start with you, and if want to hand it off to one of your two directors that co-authored. So I appreciate very much the information, see the agreement as part of it, everything as much as possible. Deputy Mayor, we made public. Last time we discussed this, I moved ahead on the overall precinct and with OVG as well. So I believe we've approved a delegation for August coming in. Just a curiosity, this is wonderful, the report's here. Was it to be here in advance, General Manager, so we could have a good final look at it before the HUPEG representative, PJ Mercanti, comes in? I was kind of wondering why it may have not been, if you will, coordinated at the time with the August delegation. So just through you, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you. GM Thorne?
So through the chair, no, this was targeted for this meeting. The direction was we'd be doing this annually. You may recall it was on the OBL, and we committed that we would bring it in July. So there's no magic to this date other than the fact that that's what we said we would do. So we're bringing it now. Unfortunately, it didn't work out with getting the HUBEG representative here for this meeting, so they're looking to come to the next one. But no magic to why today other than the fact that when this date was chosen a number of months ago as the OBL date, we said we would do it for July.
Terrific, GM. So then, GM, I'll just leave this a thought with you, and it's probably, again, with all the consultation that's gone on, Deputy Mayor Huang, I would hope then in light of what was an overwhelming endorsement by council last month to move forward, I would hope now PJ Mercanti's delegation coming in would, if you will, more coincide, be compatible with an expression of the partnership, if you will, that's moving forward on all aspects of this massive project for the downtown. And I guess I would leave the thought with you, General Manager Thorne, if anything between now and the August delegation appearance, if something maybe is veering off a bit, that maybe a heads up to members of council in advance would be appreciated, because right now it seems that we're all moving down the same track together. Through you, Deputy Mayor, just maybe an affirmation from the General Manager, any comment he wants to add.
Yes, through the chair, and certainly that sort of, although we've said we'd report back annually, it doesn't mean we only report back annually. If there's additional information or whatever it might be, then we can certainly report back in the interim as well. But what the direction was that at least annually we'd be doing an update to council and the public as to where things stand. So after this one, at minimum, there'll be one next summer, but I would expect there'll be other updates for sure in the interim.
As usual, Deputy Mayor, the General Manager Thorne raises my comfort level. Thank you so much.
Excellent, thank you. I recognize Councillor Crutch, please.
Hi, thanks so much for this update. It's useful and clear in some ways that I think perhaps other updates haven't been able to give us some of this information in such a clear way. Some of the questions I'm going to ask you are probably things you can't answer, so if you can't, just say you can't. I just don't know what you can and can't. So if you can't, cool. So for instance, I noticed here we're in exchange for this, we're giving the York Boulevard Parkade, surface parking lot located at 14 Vine Street, and property at 191 York Boulevard. Know them all well. Obviously those properties have a value. Obviously that value is not included here, right? But my question is more so how we assess the value of this as part of the agreement. Like, did we get an independent appraisal of those properties? Like, how do we assess the value? I know there's voluminous numbers of documents, and I wasn't sure I read that anywhere, so maybe it's there, but I missed it.
So through the chair, that would have been done at the time that we were negotiating the master agreement, and I'll turn to Ray.
So through the chair, when this was first brought forward as part of the approval on the master agreement and the overall deal, appraisal services were engaged to actually value the properties as part of the business case and would have been formed part of the financial information that was considered by council as making its decision.
That's really helpful. Are those appraisal services internal or external appraisal services? I just don't know what appraisal services we have internally, truthfully, so I thought I would ask.
So those were internal appraisals. We do have a team of qualified appraisers, so that's they would follow exactly the same CUSPAP and all those sorts of professional the ways that those professionals carry out their business.
Counselor?
Thanks, those are my questions.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing that there are no other speakers to this item, we already have a mover and a seconder. May I have the electronic vote, please? Councilor Pauls? And that carries 15-0. Thank you all. Moving on to item 12, notices of motion. Ottawa Street BIA, Ottawa Street Pride Committee, Public Art, Wards 3 and 4. Councilor Nan, would you like to introduce your notice of motion, please?
Certainly, thank you. So it will remain a notice of motion for deliberation at the August GIC. And the whereas is the City of Hamilton's strategic plan priority for the healthy and safe communities consists of a caring place that is safe and inviting with people working together to care and support each other, which is inclusive of communities of people who are two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, and those for whom letters cannot fully yet describe. Whereas the City of Hamilton is committed to working with artists, businesses, and citizens in the ongoing development and implementation of art in public places to enhance our sense of community, and whereas Ottawa Street BIA intends to hang 12 new mobiles, 6 on each side of Ottawa Street North, from May until September every year for the next 5 years, to signal to the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ community that they are recognized and cared for outside the boundaries of Pride Month celebrations. And whereas the art is the result of the project led by the Ottawa Street Pride Committee and created as part of STEP's I Heart Main Street initiative, and whereas the mobiles are designed by Riley Jameson, a trans artist, and are a symbol of the joy of summer and of queer people working together to care and support each other. Therefore, be it resolved that $1,500 be allocated from the Ward 3 Bell Tower Fund non-property tax revenue account as indicated, and $1,500 from the Ward 3 capital discretionary account as indicated to the Ottawa Street BIA towards costs associated with the installation of the 12 Pride mobiles, and B, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form that is satisfactory to the city solicitor, and it remains as a notice.
I think that's an excellent notice of motion, Councilor Nan. I'm very excited about next month's. So, thank you. Moving on to 12.2. Oh, sorry. Sorry, speakers list. Councilor Kretsch, please.
Absolutely. On now for something altogether different. Sorry, this is just a very nitpicky thing, but it's a question I had. Is the Pride Committee, I looked online for the Pride Committee's information to see if that's how they spelled their name, like in all caps. Is that a thing they're doing? The only reason I ask is because there's actually, strangely, that capitalization refers to a police services award. PRIDE stands for People Really Interested in Delivering Excellence. It's a award that was given out for many years by the Hamilton Police Service. So there's always been a weird conflation when we use pride in all caps like that in our community, because there is that existence of that precedent, and then pride is just P, capital P. So I was just wondering if that was something that existed there, or it was just like a typo or whatever it was.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. The subject matter of the motion versus the body of the motion. The body of the motion does not cap pride for the Ottawa Street Pride Committee, but we'll double check to make sure that it's correct before the August GIC. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. All right, let's move on to 12.2 then. Revenue sources to fund council priorities and ongoing operations and capital works. Councillor M. Wilson, would you like to introduce your notice of motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. Also to be considered by council at its August meeting, so it will stay a motion, notice of motion, beg your pardon. Whereas Hamilton City Council has identified a set of priorities to guide its legislative agenda for the 2026 term of council, whereas access to sufficient and sustainable revenue sources is critical to the city's ability to achieve these priorities, along with ongoing operating, maintenance, and capital programming needs, whereas the fiscal framework within which Canadian municipalities work limits opportunities for local government to advance solutions at the scale required to address many of today's challenges, including but not limited to affordable and supportive housing, climate change mitigation, technology, and an aging infrastructure and population. Whereas Ontario municipalities like Hamilton are heavily reliant on property taxes as a source of revenues, whereas property taxes are regressive. Whereas in 2021, Hamilton's taxes for a detached bungalow were 3.52% higher than municipalities with comparable populations, but 24.3% higher from a broader comparative group. Whereas municipalities are responsible for 60% of public infrastructure, while collecting only 9 cents for every dollar collected in Ontario. Whereas municipalities continue to face the following challenges: ongoing impacts related to the pandemic, rising inflation and interest rates, supply chain disruptions and a tight labor market, increased demand for services, and unanticipated legislative changes such as Bill 23. Whereas the City of Hamilton directly invests a significant share of property tax revenues in extensions of federal and provincial responsibilities such as housing, social services, and health services, whereas in the absence of other non-residential property tax revenue, property taxes will become less affordable for more people over the next few years, while the need for local investments will continue to grow. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to report back to GIC the following information by Q1 2024. A scan of revenue authorities contained in the Municipal Act 2021 or other provincial legislation that does not require the express permission of the Government of Ontario. B, an inventory of revenue sources that are contained in the City of Toronto Act 2006, but not contained in the Municipal Act 2021, and C, a scan of municipal revenue tools in other jurisdictions that may be more progressive and could support in the achievement of this term of council priorities and ongoing programming needs, and any expressed permissions necessary to implement these strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers to this notice of motion at all? Thank you. That sounds great. This is going to be a very fulsome discussion for our August meeting. The next deputy mayor is going to have a lot of fun with that one. So I'm looking right at him and he's not even paying any attention. So anyway, moving, hot sauce. Moving on to 13, general information and other business. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the amendment of the outstanding business list? Councillor Crutch and Councillor McMeekin, please. And may I have a vote? Councillor Beattie says yes. And that carries 14-0. Thank you all. Moving on to 14, private and confidential. 14.1, closed session minutes for June 14th. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the closed session minutes? Councillor Danko, Councillor Clark, please. May I have a vote? And that carries, thank you. Now we will be moving into our closed session for items 14.2, 14.3, 14 to 14.5. May I please have a mover and a seconder to move into closed session, please? Councillor Beattie, Councillor Tattison. Pursuant to Section 9.3, subsection B, C, E, and F of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended. Also, the vote is up, please. And Section 239.2, subsections B, C, E, and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matters pertain to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, litigation or public potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality of local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Did we get a vote together? Councillor Jackson, Councillor Nan? Councillor Jackson says yes. Councillor Clark voting? Yes. And that carries. I love how our members are already like literally trying to leave as we're trying to. Thank you all. Since that vote has carried, members of the public are advised that during the closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving into closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting. As well, any staff that are not directly related to the in-camera items are also now asked to please exit the WebEx meeting. I also remind members of council that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of electronic devices closed meeting is strictly prohibited. However, staff from the Office of the City Clerk are exempted from subsection 8.7b when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. Okay. We're still cooking. Not sure if it's with gas or not, but we're definitely cooking. All right, thank you all. Let us get back to work here. We're back in open session to our public. 14.2 is the confidential Appendix B to disposition of unopened road allowance. And, okay, may I please have a mover and a seconder for item 10.3, please? 10.3 was the,
So that's, sorry, through the deputy mayor, that's the one that I sent you the email on, that report PED 23132 respecting disposition of unopened road allowance and confidential Appendix B be referred to the July 14th council meeting to allow for further comment from the city solicitor.
yes, thank you. Councillor Crutch, Councillor Jackson? No. Councillor Maureen Wilson. Wonderful. And may I have an electronic vote for that particular recommendation to be referred to the July 14th council meeting, please?
So, sorry, for some reason it's not sharing that vote carries 12-0.
12-0, that vote carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to 14.4, the disposition of land in the City of Hamilton, Ward 10. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the following, that the direction to staff in closed session respecting the disposition of land in the City of Hamilton, Ward 10, be approved and released publicly following approval by council. Councillor Beatty, Councillor Francis. May I have an electronic vote, please? Okay. All right, thank you.
12-0.
12-0, thank you very much. 14.3 is the third-party advertising on city property. It is revised, so may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the following, that report CM 23017 respecting third-party advertising on city property be received and remain confidential. Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Crutch. May I have an electronic vote, please?
Can I have both matters separate votes, please?
Yes.
Is it an A and B?
That's right, sorry about that.
Can I please, Deputy Mayor?
May we have,
Received and remain confidential.
So is it all one?
It's just one.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
okay.
Sorry, my
Rec-
apologies.
So, and that vote carried 8-4. Thank you all. Moving on to item 14.4, general litigation update. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the following, that A, that the direction provided to staff in closed session be approved and remain confidential, and B, that report LS 23027 respecting general litigation update and all appendices remain confidential. Councillor Clark with a comment. And Councillor Tattison, you okay with that? Yes, okay. Councillor Clark, you have a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to thank our city solicitor in public for one of the most comprehensive legal reports we've ever received in terms of everything that's going on in the city. We have asked for these things in the past and they came in different convoluted matters. This was very clear. Thank you very much, city solicitor.
Thank you. All right, may I have an electronic vote, please?
Councillor
Alex, are you able to vote?
I don't, he's there.
Yeah. Oh, thumbs up. from Counselor Wilson. And that carries 12-0. Last order of business.
That's right, but yes, thumbs up.
Yes, thumbs up, we got you, Counselor Wilson. Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn, please? Counselor Taddison, Counselor Crutch. And this will be an electronic vote, please. And Counselor Jackson says yes. Counselor Alex Wilson is. And we are carried 11-0. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your day.
Good job, man.